Let me begin by welcoming you all to this seminar. Thank you very much for coming and for participating. Unfortunately, our Dean, Imad Shaheen, was unable to join us to address the introduction. He is the Dean of the College of Islamic Studies, as well as the Director of the Center for Islamic Legislation and Ethics, CILE. So it's fallen on me to do the introduction. I'm Ray Jureidini. I'm co-convener for this research seminar. I was appointed to CILE in August 2014 as a professor and director of research for the applied field of migration, human rights, and Islamic ethics. This seminar is convened by CILE's research unit, Migration, Ethics and Human Rights, and is inspired by a funded research project on food security and migrant workers in Qatar that was funded by the Qatar National Research Fund and the Ministry of the Municipality and Environment. I'm the lead principal investigator, and Dr. Dalal Aassouli is the principal investigator. This project is also affiliated with the second phase of a global comparative food security project called My Foods, which is based in Waterloo in Canada and has just been funded by the Social Science Research Council in Canada. The head of that project is Professor Jonathan Crush, who is also a principal investigator in our Qatar research program. So the idea of this seminar was to bring together scholars addressing the core theme of food security of vulnerable populations, and importantly, to address how Islamic ethics can and does inform policies and practices to secure adequate food and nutrition for populations in the Muslim world and Muslims in non-Muslim countries and other combinations thereof. The Research Center for Islamic Legislation and Ethics, called CILE, has been contributing to this emerging field of Islamic ethics in many ways. Besides organizing international conferences and research seminars, CILE has also contributed to the field through pioneer academic initiatives. In collaboration with the renowned publisher Brill Publishing, CILE has established the Journal of Islamic Ethics and the book series Studies in Islamic Ethics. Additionally, the first of its kind MA program, Applied Islamic Ethics, was inaugurated in 2019 at the College of Islamic Studies at Hamad bin Khalifa University, to which CILE is affiliated. The program addresses how Islam, as a world religion with a rich moral tradition, engages with and contributes to the global moral discourse. It's envisaged that the proceedings of this seminar will be published in an edited volume in the CILE peer-reviewed book series Studies in Islamic Ethics, published by Brill. The alternative to that would be a special issue in the Journal of Islamic Ethics as an alternative if things don't work out for an edited book. We envisage setting a deadline for your full draft papers for 3 to 4 weeks after this seminar, which should be between 7,000 and 9,000 words. Please think about this during the seminar, and we can have a discussion to see what is manageable. CILE will offer all authors of the accepted papers the peer-reviewed publication and the covering of the costs of making that publication available via open access. The important date here is the 1st of September 2021, which is the deadline for submitting the revised version of the post-seminar full papers that will take into consideration the remarks by a review committee and the deliberations during the seminar. I would like to thank Dr. Dalal Aassouli and Dr. Saeed Hassan for their collaboration in organizing this seminar, and also to thank the CILE staff for their administrative assistance, for their tirelessness and efficiency in managing the seminar, particularly Dr. Mawahib Bakr, Amna Al-Ubaidli, and Mona El-Amadi. Thank you very much for your help. Without further ado, by the way, I'm not going to give the biographies of each speaker before they speak, because you have all of the biographies there for you to look at, as well as the abstracts. So to save time, I will not give a long introduction. Let me see. Dr. Abdul Hay, Muhammad, you have arrived. So we have our first three speakers have arrived. So we can change this again now and go back to the original agenda, if that's okay. I'm very, very sorry to be doing this, but while I was talking, our speakers were able to arrive. So thank you very much and welcome to the seminar. Okay, so without further ado, each speaker should take no more than 20 minutes, allowing for 10 minutes discussion at the end of your presentation. And then we will have, as you can see in the agenda, after three papers, there'll be a half hour for further discussion. Okay, does anybody have any burning questions before we begin? Okay, so let me introduce Dr. Muhammad Fawzi Abdul Hay from Al-Azhar University, who is the first speaker. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It is my pleasure to be with you. Unfortunately, I'm short of time because we delayed almost 12 minutes, and yes. I have only now 12 to 20 minutes to be with you.
Yes, feel free to take 20 minutes.
Yeah. I hope I finish, inshallah, in less than 15 minutes, so we can make a discussion in 5-7 minutes, inshallah. The research, the paper I suggest, which I have already finished the first draft, is about the Maqasid reading on the food security. So I start to make, you can say, a revisiting of the Islamic tradition, of the Muslim tradition, trying to spot the ideas related to the food security in this huge legacy of Muslims. I came, first of all, upon the literary usage of food security in our heritage. And you won't find this term, food security, this term is not found in this literal words, but we have, you can say, a number of synonyms like al-qut, like al-mira, like al-ghira, like al-zad, like al-bathira, like al-ba'ira, many other synonyms indeed. All of them convey the meaning of having food supplies, whether these food supplies are depending upon the resources which are available in the land, or they just have been imported from outside. So this idea shows you that the idea of food security is everlasting idea which is always found in the history of mankind. I came upon one of the most important questions, that how to make security in the term of time. What the exact duration, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, or it depends on different things. So I have determined, or you can say demarcated, 3 levels. Number 1 is the 1 day security, which is just for the case of individuals within the society, and this is not for the community, of course. Number 2 level is for the campaigns, for the battles, for the special task. This is I called the task time food security. And the number 3, which is identical with the modern usage, which is used by governments, by politicians, by economists, this for long time in terms of securing the resources, the transportation, the water supply, and everything else, the production and industry of food supply. So within the tradition of Islam itself, we can find 3 levels of security in terms of time. The other notion I came up on in this is you can say, the usage of food security within the legacy of our theology from the perspective of maqasid. You know that we have one of the beautiful names of Allah is Al-Muqid, the one who is sustainer, the one who provides food security for all. And from this idea, we came up on other related idea, like the thanksgiving, which is widely known among the theologians, like Shukrul Mun'im. This is to pay the due thanks to God because of the blessings He gives. And food security is one of the great blessings that Allah gives to us. So we can find here that food security is a means for thanksgiving. So it is one of the maqasid of food security, to have good worship, to be spiritually powerful and strong. Also, food security came up on another issue, which is the issue of you can say, the Sharia tools, equipment, procedures to make the food securities. I just mentioned the 3 procedures by the Sharia, how the Sharia secured the land, the water supply, the encouragement of the investment in food security, just to secure food security for people. Why? Because food security would lead to many maqasid. Number 1, the protection of human life. Number 2, the ability to do the worship of Allah. Number 3, to keep the social peace, you can say, the ensuring the safety within the society. All of this maqasid comes upon the idea of social security, of the food security. After this, I came up on the food security within the Sharia corpus itself. We have so many, you can say, expiations through the food. We have many pillars of Islam based upon food. One of them is fasting, for example. Zakat al-Fitr, another example. Paying the zakat on the agricultural, on farms, on crops, or on other harvests. This is a third example. All of this would contribute to the food security itself. So we have, you can say, a system for food security within the Sharia laws, within the zakat, within the expiations, within the Hajj. When someone breaks the restrictions of Ihram, he pay food or pay blood sacrifice, sacrificial animal. All of this comes to the idea of food security. So we have indeed so many issues related to food security within the Sharia. But what I want to say is, Ilm al-Kalam and the Sharia came together to build, you can say, an ethical vision of food security through one of the main issues in this research, which is the issue of food sharing. Food sharing is an ideal idea in Islam, in the corpus of Sharia. And in this research, you will find that food sharing is one of the tools that food security employs. So food security now is, you can say, a maqsid for food sharing. And food sharing is connected with belief in God in the Quran. It's connected with salvation and peace in the hereafter in the Quran. And food sharing also comes within the legislative system of Islam in so many cases. For example, if you break your fast, and if you commit something in your Hajj, and if you make a vow, so many indeed legislation that the research site. Unfortunately, I didn't sleep for now 27 hours just to make this contribution. All the day working yesterday, and Dr. Saeed didn't contact me to prepare the WebEx before I start. So I just have sent the research to Dr. Saeed. I hope, inshallah, I can send all of you a draft of the paper, and I will work on it within the coming 2 weeks. And I now, I forget something to mention, which is food security is given in the realm of Kalam as a miracle for Prophet Moses, for Prophet Muhammad, for Prophet Jesus. In so many cases, the food security itself materialized as a miracle for the truth of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam for the Prophet Musa in the desert of Sinai, and when the people of Jesus asked for the meal, and when the people were with Prophet Muhammad in so many situations, food security itself strengthened the iman in the heart of people. And finally, food security was in the life of prophets a tool for da'wah itself.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, and we're very happy to blame Saeed for your lack of sleep. I'm very sorry about that. Are there any questions that anybody wants to put to Muhammad? I was particularly taken by the issue of food sharing. I was wondering whether you could elaborate on the origins of this, and because in our work here with regard to migrant workers, we'll be talking about this tomorrow. The idea of food sharing is, of course, quite critical.
Well, I explored it from the point that food sharing should be for all, for Muslims and non-Muslims, even for the captives of war, for the prisoners, for the refugees, and cited the jurist's statement, the Quran ayahs regarding this issue. For food sharing is one of the tools employed by the Sharia for all people, for all human beings, not for Muslims alone, not for free people alone, even for the slaves, foreigners, travelers. All of this came within the research, inshallah.
And what is behind it? What is the philosophical or even practical context?
I think it is very clear that food sharing itself, food sharing bears some, you can say, ethical and legislative background in Islam. From the ethical viewpoint, when you come up on, for example, the situation of the captives of war, the Quran speaks in the surah number 76 about giving food. This is food sharing with the orphan, the needy, and the captives. Those are not Muslims, of course, because during the life of Prophet, only the idolaters and non-Muslims were captives. There was no war between Muslims at this time. So we are now, this is not my conclusion, by the way. This is the conclusion of the commentators of the Quran. They indicate that this is an indication that food sharing should be for even the enemies who are fighting against Muslims. And this even happened during the life of the early Muslims when they even give food to the enemies of Islam.
Right. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments?
I have one comment.
Yes.
Alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Yeah, thank you so much for your nice talk, Dr. Muhammad. I really enjoyed that. I'm just wondering if you have added or if you have discussed in your paper the story of Sayyidina Yusuf alayhi salam, because it's really about food security in times of crisis.
I have already indicated that for the Abrahamic religions, all of them agree that Yusuf saved the people in the Middle East and Egypt from the famine because of the miracle given to him through Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is I dealt with within the food security as a miracle within the science of, within the section of Kalam, the theology.
Okay, thank you so much, Muhammad.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or?
Can I add something, Dr. Ray?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Muhammad, it was really very informative, and the one thing that really struck me was the link between food and Thanksgiving. So it was a new insight for me. Like
Thanksgiving, Shukr al-Mun'am is a very famous topic in the science of Kalam, in the theology of Muslims. And Thanksgiving, when you think about it generally in the terminology of the theologians, it is more inclusive than food security. But food security is one of the items that leads for Thanksgiving, Shukr al-Mun'am. And the Quran speaks about this. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, يا الذين آمنوا كلوا من طيبات ما واشكروا لله واشكروا نعمة الله. So Thanksgiving is given literally in the Quran regarding the blessing of food security.
Yes, thank you.
I hope Dr. Said inshallah would deliver the draft to all of you, and I welcome any comments on the draft. I'm so sorry for the bad presentation I did, but actually I didn't sleep all over the last 2 days, and I feared if I sleep, Dr. Said cannot wake me.
Not at all. Thank you very much. It was a very good presentation. Well, are there any other? We've got a few minutes left for other comments and questions.
No problem.
So
Okay.
Feel free. Saeed, welcome.
Dr. Saeed?
Yes, Dr. Muhammad, can you hear me?
I hear you, Doctor.
Okay, wonderful. So I just wonder if you can elaborate on, the maqasidi, or the new perspective of maqasidi on the question of food sharing, or the question of food security. Because if we look at the general maqasidi, things like حفظ النفس وحفظ المال وحفظ العرض, these are all like the traditional ones. So, like, is there any new maqasidi concept other than food sharing that we can use to elaborate on the issue of food security?
You just want, I think you asked whether food sharing can find the new maqasid, right?
Yeah, I mean, from your perspective, food sharing can be, can be a maqsad, right?
Yes, this is exactly what I said. Food security is one of the maqasid which I call the bridge maqsid. This is, you can say, not a final maqsid, because food security would lead to have healthy body, powerful mind. So finally, you can worship, you can build, you can make good science, you can acquire knowledge, you can be a good believer, and you keep the life of people. You can say improve the life of people. So during all of these, you can say bridge maqasid, bridge goals of Sharia. You will reach finally to the collective, universal, higher objectives of Sharia, which the scholars talk about 5, but actually I don't agree that they are 5. They are more than 5. And within this 5 is, you can say, it is made within the 4th and 5th century. And when Imam Al-Ghazali and Jureidini elaborated on them, they just want to, you can say, specify the greatest maqasid in their time. But now we can say that education is one of the maqasid, enhancing human rights. That's why I prefer to say human rights instead of say human life. Human life, all people agree with human life, but human rights is now is debatable in so many areas in the world. So food security and food sharing together would help build a strong community. That's why I celebrated the experience of Bank al-Ta'am, the food bank in Egypt, because they have reached almost 450,000 families. There's about 3 million families. They provide food for them on regular basis. This is very important for the acquire of education. You can now support the poor student to complete their education, the poor family to continue their life with healthy food, and to make their children join the schools and finish college. This is very important.
Sorry, Ray, if I may, I have a...
Let me, I'm sorry, Dr. Said, sorry, Doctor. I talk about the human dignity, how food sharing would strengthen human dignity. Number 2, I talk about food sharing from the redemptive mechanism. Food sharing would help the spirituality of Muslims, because when you make the food sharing, for example, when you break your oath, you feel peace after you commit a sin. So now spirituality, this is one of the objectives of Sharia, that you feel good about your religion. You feel peace inside. You are not in conflict with your faith and beliefs. Number 3, I also refer to food sharing through awqaf. How the awqaf made food sharing for teachers, for students, for travelers, for foreigners, for the tourists, for those people who were wayfarers, for even the people who are pilgrims on the ways of Mecca, making Hajj or Umrah. All of this came through the mechanism of awqaf and food sharing. Awqaf providing food sharing. There is also using the food sharing within the Islamic system of worship itself. Like zakat al-fitr, like the zakah on the crops, and many other things.
Thank you so much. We do need to move on. Somebody was wanting to.
I just had a minor comment, Ray, if I may, very briefly. Yes,
Okay.
thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed, first of all, for the insightful presentation. I mean, just in using the maqasid in talking about food security, which is a very interesting approach, I was wondering whether you had time in the chapter. Of course, I haven't seen the chapter to explore the, you know, the levels of necessity. Also, when talking about food security, can you also apply that analysis in terms of the necessities, the needs, and the luxuries in talking about food security?
May I suggest that you raise, Dalal, can you raise this during the discussion? We have a half-hour discussion session at the end.
Sure.
Because the time is now, we really need to move on to the next paper.
You know that food security always essential. It cannot be luxurious.
Wait, if you could just wait for the discussion.
Dr. Dalal?
Yeah.
Yes, I think Dr. Mohammed, the question is clear, and just to make sure Ray is not upset with us, let's keep it for the discussion.
The essential needs, not the supplementary, not the luxurious.
Yeah.
Sure, but I'd have to, yes, let's keep it for the discussion. That's a good point.
Yeah, I want to now invite Dr. Marwan Haddad, who has been so patient in getting access to the session. He is from Al-Azhar University in Nablus. I saw there were some skirmishes or some problems in Nablus this morning. Marwan, are you there?
Yes. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay.
And you have a PowerPoint that you want to do?
Right. Yes. I will. First of all, I will say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wa salam ala Sayyid al-Mursaleen. And good morning to everybody. I will be talking about food security, sustainable development, and Islamic ethics. Okay. In my presentation, I will talk about a few things. First of all, about the topic itself, how the three elements are, and then an overview of food security, sustainable development, and Islamic ethics. Then I propose a harmonization approach, how we can get those three to work together in harmony. And finally, a few concluding remarks. Well, first of all, the topic. So food security and sustainable development is very essential and fundamental to all aspects of life. So we cannot actually ignore any of these. Islam is abounding with a set of ethical, moral values that commanded attention to the environment and to all aspects of life. Now, merging the two processes, food security and sustainable development, with Islamic ethics will add to the economics, which is now the main issue in running those, food security and sustainable development, will add healthcare, will add people's well-being, and preservation of the environment and natural resources, which is not the case so far. Now, we will talk about, one second. We'll talk about food security. Food security is, as all people at all times have economic, social, and physical access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences to enable them to lead active and healthy lives. There are 4 pillars of food security: availability, stability, access, use. Some experts add price instability to those 4 elements. Now we have the problem that developed countries do support agriculture and agricultural productions in third world and developing countries. However, the problem, which is, the essence of this paper, the problem that those countries control the price market in the production countries. So at the end of the day, the farmer, gets some income, but not to, it's a limited income. So farmers, do not benefit from the whole process. What benefit is the developed countries or the big companies. Now, another issue of concern is climate change. Climate change will negatively impact the global agricultural food production. Okay, that's a fact. Developed countries will continue to import their food needs even at higher prices. So they have their food secured. The concern is that 1 billion people in developing and third world countries will be at risk of hunger and famine. Okay, we come to sustainable development. Sustainable development is the idea that human societies must live and meet their needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. There are many challenges to sustainable development. These needs and challenges have moral, ethical, social, and political complexities that economists cannot solve or resolve. Persistent poverty, growing inequalities, social injustice, environmental degradation, and market volatility threatens the social and economic gains made since the start of the century. As food production and sustainability is an essential part of human needs, it is also an important part of sustainable development. So sustainable development includes food security. In most countries, the legal framework, and this is important, of environmental protection is not deficient, it's in there. However, compliance and application of laws as well as enforcement mechanisms are lacking. So we have laws, but not enforced. There is another point I would like to stress here is the role of food security in achieving sustainable development. If we take in consideration that the share of agriculture GDP in the total GDP, for example, in Africa, 19.2%, in Asia, 7.1%, in Europe and the Americas, about 2%. If we take in consideration that large economies rely in food security on imports, and we have examples here about the US, Germany, China, Japan, and so on. Growing industries concentration has led to a situation in which just a few companies globally controls large shares of the agricultural production and processing chain. If we take this in consideration, we come to a finding that food security depends on the case. It's not, we cannot say it has a big role or a small role in achieving sustainable development. It depends on the case, economics, political, social, cultural, and other factors. So it might be, limited, its role might be limited in one case or might be expanded in others, and this is will be expanded in the paper. Ethics, and this is what I wanted to ask Dr. Muhammad a little while. Ethics worldwide is a non-binding to governments issue. So we need to talk about this non-binding issue because, You talk about ethics widely, but binding it to our life, to our food production, to our sustainable development is another story. And I will emphasize this in the harmonization process. If you read about ethics and morality, you get to many questions, such as who created ethics? Who put ethics? Is this by the mighty, the powerful, or the weak? There is really ethics in the world? There is a universal moral values and code of ethics everywhere, and so on. There is too many questions. I listed like 10 of them, but there is too many questions about ethics and what, its basis, origin, and so on. Now we come to the Islamic ethics. In Islam, one of the prime aims of Islam was to restore the highest and best of ethics. Also, ethics have several meanings in Quran, like balance in dealings and use of resources, justice, doing righteous, good, deeds, offering goodness, and moderation in dealings. Islamic ethical perceptions is really deeply rooted in Muslims' faith. It is mentioned in many surahs and ayats, and it is related directly to faith and has a crucial role on the Muslims' behavior and decision-making process. This is important. This is important, that, in Islam, there is indirect binding of ethics in everyday life activity. So therefore, it is easy to apply ethics and morality in Muslims' life. Okay. We continue our search in Islamic ethics and Islamic ethical perceptions. We find that, in Islam, there is a wide range of morality and ethics. Like, one of the most important things that I consider is doing righteous deeds. It's really important. If you do anything, if any activity you do, you should seek to be righteous. Righteous to whom? Righteous, okay. Some say it is righteous to Allah. No, it is righteous to Allah from that, point that it is a good to people, good to faith, good to the Sharia, the limits that Allah gave us. So you should seek to be good, and righteous in all your deeds. This is a prime issue, ethical issue in Islam. Also, moderation in dealings. Dealings, anything you do, you should be moderate in eating, in wasting, in giving, in taking, everything. Also, in your Muslim relationship, it is a wide range of rules and responsibilities that you should keep and respect. Also, producing and storing food products. If we talk about food security, Islam has some rules and regulation. Equity, fair and balanced development of resources, internal self-control of Muslim, and this is, I think it's very important and different from all other codes and Muslim, whatever he does, he thinks that Allah observes him. So he controls himself and go the righteous way without any other, without the public laws and so on. This is important in Islam. Also, Islamic social responsibilities like charity, right to food, Islamic food practices, the responsibility of the ruler or the Khalifa. And also in Islam, I found one thing interesting, expiation. So if Allah wants to excuse somebody, he should do something like, you know, giving money or helping poor, or so it's really in Islam there is wide range of Islamic social responsibilities. Also, how we our perception to food use and access, responsibility to food security, Muslim food market. This is quite important, and I spend much in the paper about it. You know, the muhtasib and how we control the market, the quality of food, the price of food, and so on. Level of involvement. It's important that, you know, Muslims should be involved at all levels, from individual to the whole society. So food security, sustainable development is a shared or national responsibility. And the last thing I mentioned or emphasized is food security is part of worshiping. If you will be a good Muslim, if you would like to get Allah's, you know, blessing, you should, you know, take in consideration all the above, you know, ethical food security issues. Okay. Now, if we look at Islamic ethical perceptions, justice, righteous deeds, equity, equality, balance in use, goodness, moderation. Okay, if we look at these and look at the other side, at sustainable development or food security, the elements of sustainable development, food security, nutrition, water supply, sanitation, etc., etc., and the same with food security, food production, food quality, food safety, and so on. We find that these interact with Islamic ethical perceptions. So both are interacts. We need for both Islamic ethical perceptions. Again, if we put the Islamic ethical in details, perceptions in details, we find again that sustainable development as well as food security, you know, needs and relates to those perceptions. So it's not only sustainable development or food security, both relates fully to these perceptions. Okay. Now, the harmonization process. In order, you know, to do harmonization between food security, sustainable development, and Islamic ethics, to make them, you know, the three of them work in harmony, we need to take in consideration the interests, the concerns of the stakeholders and government. As you see the block in the top of the slide, stakeholders are everybody almost, every institution, in every, you know, department, whatever, you know, everybody is involved. So we need to see the rights, the concerns, the role of each of these, what each is responsible for, and try to manage these together. Okay, the stakeholders should share and get actively involved in governmental decision-making of sustainable development and food security. This is one point. The other point is, this doesn't mean that the government's role and responsibility will be undermined, so sharing has limits. The third point is each should maintain his role, rights, concerns, benefits, and so on. So we essentially need both food security and sustainable development to work in harmony together and maintain Islamic ethical perceptions. This is all for better sector management and sustainability. Okay, how we can validate or make the harmonization approach work? I did suggest a framework, a mechanism. This is we have and this is the core issue of the paper. We have the government, the ruler. The ruler should have under his control public institutions related to ethics. These are, and I did detail in much wide extent, these institutions. Ethical Protection Agency, there should be an agency, developing, implementing, outlining ethical protection and worry about it, and monitor it and so on. There should be a systematic media plan and educational plan. So if you would like people to abide to something, you should educate them. You should notify them, inform them about this. And this should be, systematic. Again, the third and very important institution is Ethical Impact Center. There should be an Ethical Impact Center monitoring, documenting, following up on all ethical aspects, and also impacts of the food security and sustainable development drivers. I will come to it a little bit later. Then there should be a coordination unit.
I just interrupt for 1 second. You've taken 22 minutes now. Do you want to keep going for your whole 30 minutes?
I will keep going for a couple of minutes only.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Okay, I will leave some for discussion.
Sure.
Okay. Again, this should be legalized. It cannot be, something private or something. No, it should be legalized. This institution should be legalized and should be enforced and supported, authorized. Also, there is a role for individual Muslims. In Islam, the Muslim should be involved. So he should change things for the better. He should apply ethical perceptions, and he should be in consultation, even like وَأَمْرُكُمْ شُورَى بَيْنَكُمْ, every Muslim should be active in the society. So the stakeholders, the government, individual citizen or Muslim is involved in this framework. Now, just another, these are the impacts of various food security and sustainable development. What will happen? This is what I mentioned in the previous slide. What will happen, the impact center, if we increase food prices? What impacts on the poor? What impacts on health? What impacts on so on and so on? The same with food production. If food production increased or decreased, what will happen? What poverty, if increased in the society, what we will do? What this driver will impact us? Also, if we have good sustainable development, high economic growth, what this will impact us? And the same with overuse of resources as a driver. So these drivers also listed and detailed. Now, just the last slide. After being set and legalized, the harmonization approach, this is not the end of the day. There should be a continuous upgrading and improving with time. And this also, will lead us to optimization of the process. So we start from one point, but we can reach a comprehensive point later. I will concluding remarks, because it is simply, if we abide to our Islamic ethical perceptions in food security, in sustainable development, we will have a peaceful life, a stable life, and prosperous life. I think Islamic ethical perceptions is very, how I call it, it's very important. It's different than other, rules and religions. It's one of the binding, you can find from the ethical perceptions that they are, related to faith. If you are Muslim, you have to do it. So it's not, a choice. It's an obligation. So I will stop here and just thank you for your attention, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very, very much. Your excellent presentation. We have 5 minutes for comments and questions. Bearing in mind, we will have another half hour at the end of the next paper.
I have a comment.
Yes.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, Professor Marwan. Thank you so much for this nice presentation. I just have a comment that late Professor Ata'ullah Siddiqui, who has written extensively on ethics and morality, he has a position that, there is nothing called Islamic ethics. In fact, his position is that morality comes from revelation. You have mentioned something about that, but you have used the term Islamic ethics. Because, for example, some of the things considered ethical nowadays is considered Islamically immoral. So, I would suggest that, you can look into that angle, because, Islamic morality has different dimension than, modern day ethics.
Well, thank you. I will take that in consideration. But every point that I mentioned is supported, by ayah from Quran or hadith from Rasul alayhi salam. So it's not, and you will see from the paper. The paper I can, share the draft paper. It's very extensive, and you can see the resources that I used, and I am open to all suggestions and advices. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I imagine during the discussion time that Dr. Mu'taz Al-Khatib might come into this discussion. But are there any other burning comments? We only have one minute left.
Can I make one?
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Marwan. It was a very interesting discussion. I really like it. I just have one question. Would the ethical concerns that you just raised impose any threats to the current food systems?
Well, it has no threats. It will improve, actually. It will make it easier. It will make it more productive if we abide to our Islamic ethical perceptions. If we do righteous, if we, don't waste, if we all these perceptions, if we apply it, it will make things better, easier, more productive.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Dr. Marwan Haddad. And now I would like to move to the next paper, which is from Dr. Muhammad Al-Saghir and Dr. Faisal Manju. But I think that only Dr. Al-Saghir is here. Is that correct? Yes. And you're from Durham University in the UK, yes?
Well, I am a graduate of Durham University, but I'm from Dundee University nowadays. Dundee.
Oh, you're in Dundee, right? I see.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. Okay, but if you allow me to share my screen, please, because it doesn't seem that I have this function.
Yeah. Dr. Haddad, could you take off, stop sharing?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you very much. Excellent.
Okay. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله سيدنا محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن اهتدى بهداه أما بعد. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Good morning. I'm really pleased to be amongst you today to present my paper. So my paper will be trying to discuss, the food security conundrum that we are living nowadays from maybe another dimension. I've really enjoyed the previous presentations, and my approach was a little bit different. I have used the Homo Islamicus perspective to understand food security, and Homo Islamicus perspective has been widely used in the literature, particularly in Islamic economics. So I'll try to present my idea today, and again, I will be happy to take your comments later on. So as we can see here, we have the global population, particularly urbanization of the world population, has been in the rise for the last half a century, and in fact we have reached a point of divergence in 2007. This is when the urban population of the world has surpassed the rural population, and this has big significance from food security perspective, because basically half of the world population used to have immediate access to food. Now this ratio has been transgressed, and this has some implementation on some repercussions on the food security situation. This is again another dimension. For the last 500 years, we can see that most of the world population has been for the last, you can say from the 1500s to 1900s, the most of the world population were rural population, so they have immediate access to their food supplies. And we can see the big gap that we have, that we are living nowadays in the late 21st century, that the urban population has surpassed the rural population. So this basically drew me to try to understand what is the latest and contemporary approach to address the food security. We have to understand what are available arguments out there, and then try to see where Islam would fit, or an Islamic perspective of food security would fit. It seems that after visiting the literature, that there are two trends, two main streams emerge from the literature. I would say the first one is pretty much an adaptive capacity.
Mohammed, if I interrupt, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to interrupt, but your PowerPoint is very small from on my screen. If you could maybe...
Is that better now?
That's much better. Excellent. Sorry to interrupt, but
no, that's fine.
Yeah, thank you very much.
My pleasure. So there are two main approaches to address food security. We can see the adaptive approach, or the adaptive capacity. It's pretty much, or another term was coined for it, which is reformist approach. So it's pretty much continue with the previous food security philosophy and system, and then just reforming it, trying to top it up with technological advancement in food security. This is one approach. The second approach is the transformative approach, which is pretty much trying to say that current food security system and rationale is quite unsustainable, and the only way forward is to transform the whole system into a totally new perspective. Some of them they would consider degrowing or degrowth, coming back to the previous ruralization of the global population, of the world population, in order to get them back into getting immediate access to food security. So these are pretty much, there are like different, concepts that was coined around it, different theories, but pretty much they are in general amongst these two dimensions or two genres. So, problematizing the Western trend on food resilience and sustainability, there are lots of problems can be assigned to this approach. For example, greenwashing conundrum. Greenwashing has been in the rise for the last few years, particularly by big corporations who are trying to use this greenwashing to, well, as a marketing strategy, trying to say that we are, ethically, sustainable. We really consider, our processes in order to avoid becoming damaging to the environment. We have seen lots of different big corporations in the Silicon Valley, everywhere. In fact, they are following that, and lots of people are very skeptical about them, that it's just a matter of mouth of the word. It's not really a philosophy or something that they are going to follow. So this is one problem arising. Hegemonic neoliberalism, again, you can see that in the literature that neoliberalism, they are trying to extend. It's pretty much like an extension of greenwashing, trying to continue with their practice hegemonic, with the previous hegemonic approach to the world economy, but trying to reform it, trying to say, well, guess what, we can still continue on the head of global economy, but we can just change our operations to be more sustainable and using renewable energy and so on and so forth. And again, there are lots of skeptics about and critics about that transforming into this green energy is still damaging the environment. It's not really addressing the mass consumption, the mass waste that we are facing in our modern day. Consumerist capitalism, again, this is one of the problems that arise from within the solutions given, because this would be pretty much addressed by an Islamic perspective into consumerism. In capitalism, consumerism is the main goal of capitalism. It's, if you see most of economic development theories, the main goal, their utopian level or utopia for them is pretty much mass consumption. This is where you get all the rewards that you want. Vulnerability for politics, we have seen that lots of, we have seen that in international politics and in local politics, that they use food security to control the masses, in order to avoid, competition in the future, or avoid political opposition in the future. So these are pretty much the problems with the Western approach. We have here a map that shows, agricultural imports and exports, and this has again a great significance on food security situation, because these countries in red or in dark red, they are, you might say like dark brown, they are net importers. And unfortunately, we can see that a lot of Arab countries, they are in this red zone, and they have a very vulnerable position in terms of food security, because they are net importers. If, for example, any failure in global food supply chain, there will be a big issue in their big issue in their food security. So there are, again, part of the literature as well, the heterodox approaches to food production. There are lots of arguments out there about what, some of the things that have captured my attention was, for example, permaculture and aquaponics. Permaculture has been in the rise for the last 30, 40 years. They are trying to, it's pretty much like of the approach of degrowth or transformation, trying to get back to previous systems of food supply by bringing people together and then building up what's called food forests. So instead of, traveling to get your food, you just create the food resilience and security in your back garden, in fact. So this is one approach. It's been gaining momentum. It's getting attention, academic attention, but still it's not dominating the mainstream. Aquaponics, again, is another approach, but it doesn't have this sociological or the social element of it. It's just pretty much like based on individualism, you know, how to produce my own food supply, or my own food supply based on my local environment. You know, this brings us to the Islamic view on food security, and this is, you know, I wouldn't add a lot because I think my previous speakers has covered that a lot, and I'm really a big fan of Professor Marwan Haddad. You know, his participation in this regard has been immense. But again, you know, my approach would be a little bit, you know, with tweaked using this Homo Islamicus perspective. So the Ghazali and Maqasid al-Sharia framework of food security, again, you know, if we try to relate food security to the five main Maqasid al-Sharia, you know, elements that Imam al-Ghazali has mentioned. So if we, for example, Hifdh al-Nafs, by this approach of trying to localize food, you know, this will you know, this will make accessing food easily less stressful, because you don't need a lot of money if you and you know, this will bring us again to the second one. When you have a localized food production, and one of the main arguments and hypotheses of this paper is that you know, our food and food supply chain, you know, burns a lot of fuel in order to transfer food into our plates. And when you localize food production, in fact, you are reducing the cost, because simply you don't burn fuel to get that. And there will be like less volatility as well in the food markets, because simply, you know, you don't need to burn much fuel for that. So if the oil prices, global oil prices go up, this would have not a lot of implication on the prices of local food. So again, this is, you know, another element of Maqasid Hifdh al-Nasl. If you build like a healthy, sustainable human community, or you know, social security networks around this localized food source, this again will help the sustainability of a human race in that local geography that has sustainable food supplies. Hifdh al-Aql, again, you know, there are lots of research and studies about the effect of greenery, or living around green spaces in recreational you know, capacity. It's pretty much brings pleasure when people you know, are surrounded by green. So again, this is one of the elements of Maqasid Sharia. Hifdh al-Din, certainly when you have a stress-free locality, when you have easy access to your food, cheaper access to your food, certainly you will have like more space to explore spirituality, try to you know, elevate your you know, spiritual health, rather than just being always in this rat race, trying to struggle to earn your day and then try to pay for or earn your bread on your table. So these are pretty much like some ideas on this ground. You know, we are still developing this argument, but it's these are in general you know, what we have came by with. So this, you know, so what would be the Homo Islamicus rationalization of what we have discussed so far? I think you know, the previous speakers has discussed a lot of these. I try to put them into two main dimensions, because one of the main premises of Homo Islamicus rationalization is that there is what's called the dual utility approach to you know, to rationalization. You have when Muslims rationalize, they rationalize in two grounds. They first rationalize on having the best benefit and the best utility of their decisions on this life, and the best utility for the hereafter as well. So it's not pretty much like absolute rationalization similar to you know, the rationalization of modernity. it's pretty much conditional. So I make decisions based on how it will be, my space as well in the hereafter. It doesn't really compromise my place in the hereafter. So, so worldly, if we take the first element, which is the worldly utility, we have the eat halal tayyib. So halal tayyib, that means it comes from halal source. So it's halal finance. It doesn't have riba or interest in it. It doesn't have nicer gambling. So and it should be halal by nature. So there will be no pork, no alcohol, and similar, haram elements. Eat less. Again, these are one of the concepts that eat less. ما ملأ ابن آدم وعاء شرا من بطنه. This is a big, again, a big premise in this Homo Islamicus. Muslims, by definition or by default, should not be big eaters. But unfortunately, we know that obesity levels in the Muslim world is quite substantial. So, but Islamically, this is considered to be like something, in fact, immoral to eat more than what you need, because in fact you are eating the food of somebody or the rizq of somebody else, and your body does not need this extra calories that you are consuming. Eat sensibly, eat socially as well. يطعمون الطعام على حبه مسكينا ويتيما وأسيرا. So all of these, the utilities of food security in this world. However, in the hereafter as well, eat humbly as well. In the hereafter, taqwa, the relationship between food and taqwa is quite substantial. This can be, understood from fasting, for example. When Allah said that, the main purpose of fasting is to secure taqwa, لعلكم تتقون. So, كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. So these are, one of the elements. Food rituals as well. عقيقة, walima, nadhr, udhiyah, hadi, fitra. All of them are, food-related concepts in Islam that is pretty much rewarded in the hereafter, and it has like a worldly as well food security, face. So fasting as a way to Jannah as well. When you fast, you enter from Bab al-Rayyan. Again, this is like to encourage people to eat less. So minimalism in Islam is an approach into food security as well. Feeding people and other creatures, humanitarian relief, all of that would really, make you enter Jannah. There are lots of examples in Quran and Hadith that represent this side. Here we have, the comparison between Homo Islamicus, Homo Sociologicus, and Homo Economicus. We can see that at the heart of Homo Islamicus is Iman, and then we have Islam and Ihsan. All of these, we can place food security within this, within this nexus in understanding, how we can locate, how we can locate food security. In Homo Sociologicus, which is pretty much the predominant approach in socialism. So the main at the heart of their operations is pretty much collectivism. So and socialism is pretty much the drive for this collectivism and plant consumption. So these are like a different representation of different representation of the food approach or food security approaches in different phenomena. We have discussed that more in detail in the paper, but these are pretty much the general the nexus that really represent or summarizes these three the contrasting approaches. So I think this is so food security causality in Islam. So feed the hungry, eat less. Then this will reduce hunger, reduce food waste, reduce modernity, eating disorders like obesity, diabetes, hypertension. So it's pretty much like healthy in this life and in the hereafter. Eventually, this can improve the communal food security. the final concept that really would help us understand that, and this is like a pretty much a proposal into what could be a food security based on wasatiyya. We have the hadith عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال طعام الاثنين كافي ثلاثة وطعام الثلاثة كافي الأربعة. There are like two narrations of the same hadith, but if we analyze these hadiths, we can see that there are two ratios that can really guide our understanding to food security. So the first narration, we can see that ratios are 2 to 3 and 3 to 4. So it's either 66% or 75%. That should should be pretty much a localized, more secure approach to food. Because if for example, food supply chains fail, and this is what we have seen in coronavirus, on COVID-19 situation, that lots of supply chains started to fail. If it goes beyond these ratios, then there will be like a big consideration. The second narration basically brings us to 1 to 2 or 2 to 4, 4 to 8 ratio, which is pretty much 50%. So if we consider that food security, in order to reduce the volatility of food supply, we should localize at least, or we should produce at least 50% of the local demand of food locally. So instead of because to reduce the volatility of the global food markets. So when we combine them together, we can see that the first column here shows the the narration of Imam Muslim, that 50% between local food and other food or other food supplies. The second one, in the middle, is pretty much the muttafaq alayh, the first narration. The third one is pretty much show you the volatility of, for example, the food security situation in the Saudi Arabia, that they only have 20% of their food supply or food demand produced locally. 80% of it is produced internationally or globally. This shows the volatility of the food security situation in Saudi Arabia. And it's not only Saudi Arabia, we can see that across the Arab world, quite significantly. This brings us to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much, and I'm open for your questions.
Thank you very much. A wonderful presentation. Any questions or comments? This will flow in to the next, in fact, 35 minutes for discussion. So to begin with comments and questions on the last paper, and then we can open it up for the 3 papers.
I have few comments. First of all, thank you, Dr. Muhammad, about your nice comprehensive presentation. One point is urbanization. Urbanization, made people concentrated in urban centers, did not affect much agricultural land and production. And this is an important point. Urban centers, you have Istanbul, Cairo, whatever, Tokyo, you have 20-some million people concentrated in one place. So, but agricultural land is still there, water resources is still there, but people, the importance of agriculture is the issue here. Now, people looking for jobs in urban centers, getting more money through those jobs, and agriculture was undermined, was ignored, or not giving the real attention. So this is one point. The other point is what you mentioned about hydroponics and aquaponics. I did use this in my house, actually, and I do encourage everybody to do so. You can do hydroponic on the terrace of your balcony. It doesn't need to have a land. You can do it on the roof of house and so on. And it's really beneficial and productive, and it's enjoyable for the family. So I do encourage this approach. The last thing, yes, about you mentioned Ihsan. I always thought of Ihsan as the research and development mechanism of Islam. Ihsan is doing better. And Ihsan is one of the 3 ranks of Islam. And it's really important that we mention Ihsan. Ihsan is, if you say hello to your brother, and tomorrow you say hello, it should be better. It should be better, with a smile, with, you know, whatever, you know, your nice words and so on. So if you do any production today, tomorrow it should be better. If you think of anything today, do it tomorrow or later, it should be better. And this is Ihsan in my point of view. But, you know, ethics in Islam is part of Ihsan. This is another point that we should emphasize. I have this detailed in my paper, and I will send it to you, you know, a while after the, you know, this meeting. I will send it to Dr. Rajahi, and then he should share it with all of you.
Sure.
So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments. Should I receive more questions, or should I answer or respond to Professor Marwan?
Well, feel free to respond.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Professor Marwan. I really appreciate your contribution. In terms of urbanization, I totally understand from engineering perspective, urbanization has, you know, provided solutions. Certainly, nobody can deny that. My position is pretty much from a social perspective. It has created vulnerability, because you know, we have seen the collapse of food supply chains, you know, for different you know, reasons. For example, because of war, because of local conflicts or political conflicts and strife, because of natural disasters as well, because of you know, different you know, different factors have really contributed in breaking this complex. For example, let's take the examples that you mentioned, Istanbul and Cairo. Istanbul and Cairo, yes, they provide food supply, but it is very much vulnerable on the social side. That's why we can see lots of, you know, the crime rate, for example, is quite high. The you know, not only that, there are lots of modernity related, you know, condensing, having condensed or a dense population in one, you know, geography. This has a lot of psychological side effects as well. When you concentrate maybe 10,000 people in 1 square kilometer, this is inhumane. Yes, engineeringly it's possible, but it's not the best approach from you know, vulnerability perspective. Aquaponics, yes, I do that as well in my back garden. I do a lot of, you know, I have planted a lot of plants, and I really enjoy that. You know, having immediate access to food is phenomenal. It's nice. Whenever you want, you get fresh. You don't need to go and buy things that might be 10 or 20 days old. You just get it fresh, and the taste is definitely much better than that. In terms of Ihsan, yes, Islamic ethics and Ihsan, certainly it's from that. I'm not, you know, I'm not in a position to say that there are nothing called Islamic ethics, but this is the position of Professor Ata'Allah Siddiqui. And I do believe that, you know, for example, إنما بعثت لأتمم مكارم الأخلاق, there were some ethics before Islam. You know, this, you know, when Islam came, it topped it up. It didn't really contradict that or say, well, guess what? You know, we have different approach to, you know, akhlaq or ethics. So I think, you know, this is like a dichotomy that worth understanding and worth mentioning. But it's not, you know, it's not like a fully concluded or full conclusion yet. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, happy to invite any other comments or questions that could be directed at all three panelists or them individually.
About urbanization, I agree with you, Dr. Muhammad. I dislike urbanization. I am not pro urbanization. I can feel how it was like my city before and now. You cannot imagine. You know, it is like planted of buildings and towers, and every building has 20 to 40 families, and the whole city was 50 families before. So it's really caring about your neighbors is not possible now. But this is an Islamic ethical or relationship issue, to care about your neighbors. If you have 40 neighbors in the building, you cannot do it. And this is urbanization, you know, so it's really, there's too many aspects I can mention, but I will not take the time. Thank you.
Thank you. As long as
sorry,
Kanafik is still being produced in Nablus. Yes. Essie, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to ask if you do not mind to share your presentation, or is the modules like the one you presented in the presentation, will they be available in the full paper, or can you share the presentation too? Because I would really love to have the modules that you presented.
Well, is it to me or to other? Yeah, well, certainly I'm happy to share it with you. I can share that. I have no problem with that. So, you know, I can, you know, we can communicate the emails later on. Okay.
Yes, you all have each other's emails. The whole seminar is also being recorded and will be available on the CILE website when it needs some editing and so on and so forth. So it might take a few weeks. I'm not quite sure how long it will take. Perhaps Dr. Mawahib could advise us on that. But yes, you can feel free to communicate directly or through me. I'm happy to be a conduit. Any other questions?
I have a question, Dr.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for all your presentations. My question is for Dr. Muhammad. I was wondering, when you spoke about the 50-50 like recommendation to have local versus imported foods, a lot of states in the Middle East and North Africa are net importers of food, and the fact is that just because of their arid land and because of water scarcity, they're not able to produce food locally. And I think 50% would be a large percentage, and it's not feasible for them. So what would you recommend instead, and how important do you think this particular principle is to food security, the principle of sort of 50-50? Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure. Thank you so much for this question. In terms of, you know, this will bring us back to the two approaches. Is it reformation or transformation? I believe that we need both. We cannot, you know, get overnight into this, you know, meeting this ratio. We need to develop our environment as well. Sometimes the environment, if the environment doesn't support all that, you know, vulnerability is not going to be solved. We will always have vulnerable human population. We need, you know, this has been mentioned as well in I think King Faisal of Ibn Saud. He said that, you know, we can get back to eating, you know, to drinking camel milk and eating dates. But we understand that our societies as well today cannot, you know, get back to that, and it's not feasible at our current day. That's why we need to, you know, I believe that we need like a dual approach, a gradual transformation rather than a sudden and immediate transformation. Certainly, our current environments does not support 50-50 you know, ratio. But we can, you know, we can develop the environment around us. You know, it's just build more, and this will bring the alternative approaches to food security, like permaculture. Permaculture, you know, one of the, you know, interesting points about permaculture and really drew me into this concept was a clip that they shared, 20 or almost 11 years ago, called "Greening the Desert." So they had a project in Jordan to develop an arid area, completely arid, with completely saline earth so what happened is that they managed to produce food in an arid areas. We can recreate, and this is one of their main concepts is the most sustainable food system is pretty much forests. So if we manage to mimic forest systems and create them in our vicinity. Forest doesn't necessarily mean tropical forests. There are different approaches to forest and food security. So yeah, all of these is possible. It's gradual. It wouldn't be overnight. So we cannot say, well, guess what? Let's wake up tomorrow and have the 50-50 ratio. It's going to take time. But we need to work on that. We need to build resilience. It's not going to be like an easy thing.
If I may ask a question to Dr. Mohammed, and that brings me to, to build on what Zinera mentioned earlier, is going back to your pyramid or the Ghazali and Maqasid framework that you've developed. Effectively, I think the framework won't apply in a similar way to all countries, especially that you mentioned maybe Muslim countries and maybe the extended OIC countries, taking into consideration maybe the priority of certain maqasid. And effectively, in some countries would be the priority is accessibility, so access to food, where in other countries it would be the affordability first thing. So how do you think you could adapt that framework to have it more universal in a way to be applied to many countries? Well, and what do you think the other points that should be taken into consideration for that objective?
It's not an easy answer or not an easy question. It's the thing is going to be quite comprehensive. We need to change our way of thinking. We need to change our approach to politics, our approach to education, our approach to everything, in fact, in order to bring this revolutionary transformation. For example, let's take the example of GCC countries. GCC countries has been part of this global oil boom, but we are seeing, for example, for the coming 10 years, the global world economy is going to move away from fossil fuel. So this will have big implication on the local population in the GCC countries. We will see lots of people becoming jobless, and the big big economies that was supported by this global oil market is going to dwindle away. So what will happen? We will end up with the masses of people who have less access to food and less food secure. So again, we have to think about how we can manage to continue, if we want to continue with the current level of population, or immediately we will end up with ghost towns. People would go back to their home countries, and this will become a big problem, in fact, because we have seen lots of towns and cities being depopulated because the economic system has collapsed. So we have to think about that. It's not going to be easy. It's not. I'm not going to be able to answer this question alone. It needs a lot of experts needs to come together and then provide like a smooth transition into like a more sustainable future for the local population. Because nobody is interested in having ghost towns and empty towns. I hope this pretty much like answers your question, Dr. Dalal.
Thank you. I understand the issue is much more complicated, and I do understand that. But the idea is just to how in certain contexts, of course, now given that we're also talking about the post-pandemic, challenges, and during which we've seen that main challenges also in terms of food supply chains. So I do agree with you that governments and in general need to revisit their food security strategies. And of course, the framework you suggested could be adapted in the context of every country. But I do agree with you, it requires a more integrated approach in dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mohammed, may I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
I just want to have one comment and one question, actually. At the end of your slide, of your presentation, you mentioned about wasatiyya, and you
Yes.
highlighted the hadith of the food of two sufficient for four, the food of two sufficient for one. I just want to draw your attention to the, on commenting on this hadith, Ibn Battal, I think, mentioned that Umar, during the Am al-Ramada, the famine that hit in Medina, he actually used this hadith to, and placed poor people in the houses. So he would take, like, for example, if the house has 4 people in it, he would get 8 people. If the house has 2 people in it, he would get 4 poor people in the house so they can eat, to provide food security for the poor. So that's for the comment. For my question, at the beginning of your slide, you said that the urbanization rates are going higher, and the urban residents have outgrown the rural residents. Near the end of your presentation, you said that one of the means to provide food security is to localize food production, right? So if the urban rates are going up and they don't seem to be going lower anytime soon, how do we gonna localize food production if basically jobs are located elsewhere outside the agricultural sector?
You know, I totally understand that my proposal is a bit, you know, it's not going to be easy transformation. As we said, I'm saying that this is vulnerability. I'm not saying that you know, you cannot have food security with such a vulnerable position. How you can localize food production, you know, this has to come again from a comprehensive approach. We have to understand, you know, let's take, for example, this, you know, real estate development in that happened, for example, for the last 20 years in the Middle East, or in particularly in the GCC countries. They, you know, most of the infrastructure has been built on a, you know, vertical basis. So we can see a high-rise 30-story buildings up to 100 in some regions, and this comes from you know, capitalist mindset. I want to maximize my profit, maximize my land mass. But what happens that you are creating vulnerability, you are creating very vulnerable position. Yes, it's possible. Yes, it can accommodate a lot of people, but it accommodates a lot of vulnerable people. They are not going to be secure. My proposition is that, you know, rather than having a vertical infrastructure, have horizontal infrastructure and remove this mindset of trying to develop and having maximize the land in like a very finite place. You know, if you see, for example, I don't have like figures in front of me, but around 10% of the land has been developed in these regions. So if you develop, you know, instead of having vertical infrastructure, have it horizontal and spread the people across, reduce the tension, reduce stress, reduce confrontation, reduce crime. One of the problems, for example, if of highly densely populated areas are a higher crime rate. People are on top of each other. They are competing on very finite resources, and they end up committing crimes because they don't have access to jobs. They don't have access to enough resources. So you know, there is a lot of issues around that. I don't want to you know, waste more time on that, but thank you so much as well on Am al-Ramada, you know, note. Certainly that will be added to my paper.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, maybe to the other speakers as well, please? Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Can I come in?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. I have a you know, a question to Dr. Marwan. You know, he started his presentation with a wonderful you know, with a wonderful point about the legalization of ethics and how it is difficult to put this into a legal scheme in you know, for countries and states. So I wonder how to institutionalize and legalize ethics in the validation scheme that he provided at the end of his presentation.
Well, I put, in that scheme that the governor, the Khalifa, the government should initialize special departments. And I did, state and presented 4 departments, for this issue, how they will implement Islamic ethical perceptions in practice and put it in practice. So this should be legalized in one way, that all of these institutions should be acknowledged, should be accepted, should be authorized, should be financially supported. And this is how we can, implement the approach. We cannot, just sit down and take it from just theory. No, it should be, there should be institutions, and I mentioned 4 of them that I think will do it. We cannot, we cannot just sit and talk about it only. This is one point. The other point that just, a comment to add to the presentation is the national responsibility issue that I mentioned. We cannot sit like in Saudi Arabia and import 80% of our food, not only food, most of our supplies, and say, okay, we have money, we can buy the world. No, this is non-sustainable. We cannot do that forever. We can do it for a short period of time in history, but we cannot do it forever. And the same, when we talk about urbanization, the same, sustainable development, like it's a dynamic process. Now we have, like in the UK, we have textile, booming, and this textile industry. Or in the US, we have car industry booming. But at one point, this booming in Detroit stopped. This booming in North UK stopped. And you have, big urban centers empty of people, not only short of people, empty of people. It's really, so we should think about the cycle that I mentioned. This need continuous upgrading, continuous improving, and developing. It is not one shot. We cannot say, okay, do this, enhance agriculture here, enhance industry there, enhance, and then stop. No, this should be continuously, thought of, should be continuously upgraded and improved. If we need to change, we should change, but we cannot take it as fixed. And the same with the, Dr. Said, about, your question. We cannot say, okay, create for ethical institutions, public institutions, and then stop. Whatever happened to them, leave it. No, this is not the case. The case is create, enforce, authorize, let it work, and then with time, improve it, make ihsan, make it better. And this is the point that I want to mention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions?
I have a question, if it's fine.
Yes.
Okay, so this question is to all the speakers. I would like to ask, would it be fair to say that so far you are all proposing a move from a food security system to a food sovereignty system, in which the people who produce, distribute, and consume food also control the mechanisms and policies of food production and distribution? Since food sovereignty also emphasizes local food economies, culturally appropriate and sustainable food availability, the system also centers indigenous peoples impacted by issues of food production and distribution due to changing climate and distributed foodways? That's my question.
Thank you very much. Who is willing to begin a response to this? Dr. Mohammed?
I'm so sorry, but I couldn't understand the question correctly. So if you just reduce the question, I can answer that more efficiently.
So basically, I'm asking, are you all proposing a move from a food sovereignty system to a food sovereignty system?
Sorry, I don't understand that. From food sovereignty to what? To which?
From food security system to a food sovereignty system.
Sovereignty.
Well,
sovereignty meaning national.
So I didn't use the term. Yes.
Meaning the people who produce, distribute, and consume food also control the mechanisms and policies of food production and distribution. So it emphasizes local food economies, culturally appropriate and sustainable food availability. So it's a move from the import system.
From globalization.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I'm pretty much, I didn't use the word sovereignty. I would call it more resilience or sustainability. Sovereignty has more like political implication, and I didn't really consider the political implication on my paper, but this is it is certainly going to lead to food sovereignty. It will lead to sovereignty of decision and decision making. We understand that some nations, because they become so much dependent on international food supplies, they end up becoming subservient to the foreign policy of and we have seen some global hegemons as well, like the United States. They controlled throughout the Cold War. They controlled a lot of countries based on their food subsidies. They eventually made them so much dependent on the United States that they end up losing their sovereignty. So yes, it will eventually, as a matter of fact, it will lead to food sovereignty and political sovereignty of this nation. Yes, but as I said, I didn't really cover that in my paper.
Thank you.
I have a comment here. Well, security and sovereignty are interrelated. I mean, it cannot be, a country in food secure in food supply, and it is in sovereign or non-sovereign in food production. It should be interrelated. I think the issue is very how we call it. It's legal. When I went to the Uruguay, I visited farms. I visited those social, and agricultural people and stakeholders and governments, and I found that really the country is producing large quantities of food in beef and other agricultural, soya and whatever, but the country is not sovereign. The country is not sovereign. This is the point. I appreciate, Dr. Sumaya, your point. It's really, the country is just producing and give this product to America with controlled price. It's really, I felt bad about it. I felt so bad about it. You can see farmers, family farmers, working all the year round. They have very large property, producing a lot of beef, a lot of soya, a lot of other products, and at the end of the day, they have only, to live, not to develop, and this is important. sovereignty, they are not sovereign. If the US and other importing countries say, we don't want your goods, they'll die immediately. So this is important that we should, and this is important about, ethics and ethical perceptions. There should be ethical perception. We cannot suck the blood of those farmers and continue just, you go in the States and buy beef cheaper than in the Uruguay. It's really amazing. You go to the supermarket and you can find food from everywhere at affordable prices, but not in third world countries. You cannot find this in third world countries. And the sovereignty, security is interrelated, and I will try to emphasize on this. Really, it's a good point, Sumaya.
Thank you. Yes, it was an excellent point. And the agribusiness and the politics of that, of course, are going to play a part. Any other? We've got just a few minutes left before we will take a break. And are there any other comments or questions? Or if Dr. Abdulhay, do you want to make a comment before we wrap up?
Thank you so much. I enjoyed the contribution of Dr. Haddad and Dr. Saghir, and the point you raised about the cans of walima is also very good for the idea of food sharing. I donated only to the obligatory things and didn't explore the sunnah-based walima or banquets. But I will make some benefits of this in the coming draft, inshallah.
You're most welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? We have 2 minutes left. Saeed. Dr. Saeed?
Yes. Actually, I don't know, but I have a final question to Dr. Saghir. It's about again, I'm at the 2 points, but he talked about a lot about the localization, the question of localization on maqasid. So I'm going to skip this now. But my point is, you made an interesting comparative with Western trends. So I wonder if you can develop something similar to this with Muslim practice and trends. So you compare between the Western trends, the shortcomings of the Western trends and the shortcomings also of Muslim practice and trends. So you have both in kind of like in a comparative lens, not the Islamic. I'm talking about the Muslim practice and the Muslim trends. I think this would add also to the problematization of the issue.
So you want the Muslim countries' approach to food security, or or Islam? Because I'm a bit confused here.
No. You problematize the question, the Western trends. I mean, you give it as a kind of So if you can make a kind of a comparative also problematization based on the practice of Muslims and the practice of the Muslim, not the Islamic ethics. I'm not talking about the Islamic ethics, because the Islamic ethics, as you present it, is a kind of like the solution out for this.
Well, certainly, I would love to do that. It needs more time, and I need more research. I need to, get maybe I can take a case study of 1 or 2 countries that I can be able to take that in a comparative lenses. But currently, this is not included in my current paper. Okay, but thank you so much. That would really be a very good approach as well to shed the light and see exactly what are the current Muslim practices in terms of food security, and then see what are the problems with that, and try to relate that to the theoretical concepts of food security in Islam, and see how Muslim countries can become more Islamically food secure. Would that be the your approach?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Saeed.
Thank you all very, very much. It was a really a very stimulating and introductory session and extremely promising. Thank you so much. We are now going to take a half-hour break for lunch, and we will be back at exactly 1 o'clock to start the next session. Thank you very much. Don't log off if you're going to go somewhere. Do stay online, and we'll resume in half an hour. Also, if you want to continue discussing, feel free. I need to take a break.
Everybody needs
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ajay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I will send in a minute my draft paper and the presentation.
Thank you.
So please share it with everybody. And I appreciate if any of you send any comment, any addition, any whatever improvement to the paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please
so
go
that's
ahead.
where, thank you. So that's where I start. I found this quote from one of the informants saying, "We want a fish and chips, but we want halal fish and chips." And I found it very amusing, and I found that that is the summary of what I am trying to present here. So it is a study of halal food as an ethical identity marker among Muslims in the UK. And just to give you a brief introduction to the terminology that I use and I write this paper based on. So when I do use the word Islam or Sharia, it is the interpretations of Muslim identity. It is being righteous or being religious. So it's not a set of rules, but it's more this applied normative ethics or the Muslim interpretation of being on the right path in that sense, which includes, of course, law and practice and ethics. And when I do use the word ethics, I do use it as a subcategory to philosophy. And it's this philosophical study or approach that things can be right, things can be wrong, things can be good, and things can be bad. So it is this approving or not approving, conduct, believing or denying certain virtues, etc. And then I use the theory of context. And when I do use that, the context is of course borrowed from another science, but here we do look at the same method of understanding the context and its text. In this sense, it's the religion which is produced in the context and then the context surrounding it. So it's this approach that describes context as an agent in understanding morality. I'm going to look at the ethical considerations while producing their idea of halal food here. So the object is, what is the relation between halal food and ethical considerations? And I studied the producers, suppliers and consumers of halal food in the UK with 15 different case studies. And I did the discourse analysis discussing the identity theory based on that. But before really starting looking into that, I have to present this theory of context. So what we are looking at here, if you look at it as an onion, so in the inside of the onion of these people producing religion in context, you do have the ethical considerations. So a person will go to the supermarket and thinking, what should I buy? This meat or that meat? This product or that product? In that sense, they are reflecting, sorry, they are reflecting upon what is right, what is good, what did God say, what are the revelations, etc. Those ethical considerations are also influenced by the surrounding world, which is the outer layer of this model. So that's marketing, media, education, cultural narratives, experiences, needs, etc. So we're not only talking about different Muslim experiences in regards to Muslims in the West or Muslim living in a Muslim majority country, but we're also talking about individual people having individual ideas and needs. In the middle of that, you do have this dilemma, so this motivation, because sometimes the outer world will not reflect the inner considerations. That means that you are producing this truth as rigid, as one-dimensional, as universal in a sense, but that's based on your expectations to God's intentions, which sometimes can be a motivation, but also can be a dilemma in understanding your own self and your religious identity in the majority that you are a part of, especially studying Muslims in the West. So what I did find was that halal food was produced, and when I do talk about produce, I don't talk about the production. I'm talking about the language production, the way that halal food is spoken of, and in the West it's spoken of as a social identity. And I also introduced you the term ethicized Sharia, which means that you are referring to this halal and haram, but you are talking about not based on usul al-fiqh, or not based on the Quran and Hadith, etc., but based on your interpretation of ethics. So there's a new approach studying Muslims in the West. The narratives here are presented in 3 different discourses: the halal, the tayyib, and the ethical. So when it comes to halal food is branded. So I think I will, instead of using, when I do use the word production, maybe just like read it as branded, because halal food is branded as both healthy, good, wholesome food, is seasonal, it's based on environmental awareness, etc. It's also support of local British farmers and bakers. And that's something that's interesting, because if halal food should be something that should be available for everyone, not everyone can only use the British farmers, but in this sense we are talking about the context of the British Muslims. Then it's also organic, it's in tune with nature, and it's prophetic and in accordance with divine ethics. What I'm introducing here is the narrating contextual self, and that is the person that are producing the narrative of halal food. That person is hidden behind this rigid narration of a true Islamic way. So halal is branded by both producers, consumers, and suppliers through these mirror reflections pointing back at the contextual self. The same thing goes with tayyib, who are also, in reality, the individual and the contextual self producing the narrative of what tayyib should be in accordance to the context, but is presented as a divine truth, also in the sense the prophetic way. It's sustainable, natural, pure, and it's compassion towards animals, the community, and the environment, etc. The last discourse that we're using was ethical. So they do use these 2 Arabic words, halal and tayyib, and then the English word ethical, which they don't translate. And that might be because it's a norm projection. I was playing around with the thought about why not translating that to an Arabic word. Why keeping that as an English word and not converting that to an Arabic word? Or why use the other words as Arabic words and not converting that into English words? In a sense, ethical is providing or using ethical products as they're articulated by the consumers, producers, and suppliers. It's also a central part of this divine responsibility strategy that is narrated. So not only in the marketing strategy are they looking at sustainable, they're also using this divine responsibility strategy, which is a marketing strategy for selling religious products. Here we introduce the prophetic way. They also called it the divine stewardship. The divine stewardship, they argued, is based on 6 principles. Yes, it's all related to sustainable principles too, that nature must be valued, livestock must be respected, buildings must be constructed by sustainable resources, etc. And then in the end, no resource waste and biodiversity, which is, if you are coming from a Scandinavian background, this is all very familiar to you. Yes, so what's interesting here, what struck me was that halal and tayyib are both borrowed from the Arabic terminology or the Quran Arabic, and has therefore this Islamic nature. The producers of this language discourse are not forced to argue why this is Islamic or why this is in accordance with the divine intentions, because in its nature, where it's borrowed from, because it's borrowed from Quran Arabic, then it already has its Islamic nature. So the main question here is, how does halal and tayyib fit to the context of sustainable trends? On the other hand, you have ethical, which is also produced in context. But ethical is not borrowed from the Quran Arabic, it's borrowed from the contextual sustainability terminology. And therefore, what's at stake here is finding its Islamic nature. So the question becomes, how does ethical fit to the productions of Islam? Here we are talking about the norm projection. The norm projection here is borrowed norm terminology on both sides. So you have on your left side here, you have the borrowed terminology from the Quran, from Ahkam, from Usul al-Fiqh, from Muslim traditions, cultures, ilm, akhlaq, etc. And on the other hand, you have the borrowed terminology, which is from media, marketing, education, ethical trends, society trends, and majority cultures. Here, of course, we are talking about Muslims as a minority in a non-Muslim majority country. What I did find interesting here is that the producers and the users, and the users, they are referring to 3 different slogans when marketing this ethical identity in regards to food. It's treat well, eat well, you are what you eat, from dust we came, from dust we return. These are the 3 different marketing slogans they're using to promote halal food, which I hear argued is both borrowed from this norm terminology. This is the reflection of what's happened in the context. So the context is happening in the middle here. So how to provide, you are what you eat, which is a very common slogan for the sustainable health trends that are marketing from the last 20 years. They borrow that norm terminology, but then having to fit that into the divine intentions, you had to put different kind of you have to give it an Islamic nature. In that sense, they're borrowing the words from Ahkam or from the Quran, etc. So this is what happens when the contexts are meeting. The Muslim minority are living and producing the norms within a non-Muslim majority country, and that's where not the clash, I would say, but the contexts are meeting each other, and that's why it's produced in this way. So for anyone who studied philosophy and logic will know this kind of argument. Halal is good, ethical is good, ergo halal is ethical. So that's kind of the broad argument that my informants used. And when I say good, when halal comes to in accordance with divinity, and when ethical goods is accordance with the contextual trends. So in this sense, also divinity, what God wants, what God intends, also becomes equal to the contextual trends. The demonstration of how God's intention is produced in context, where the ethical considerations by the producer himself is masked as divinity. This is what happens when you are producing a religious identity. So the conclusion here, how does the context influence the productions of Sharia? And now I'm using Sharia here as this broad term where the halal food is, and of course, an example of it. So you do have halal food and Muslim social ethics here, which is an example of Sharia. The reason why I'm focusing on that is because I do work in a team where we are looking at how Sharia in general, as ethicized and as practiced and as law-based, is produced in the West. So I'm looking at this from this perspective, from this ethic perspective. And Sharia is produced as divine intentions in context, influenced by the trends that are already happening there. So it might be presented as this common sense, the culture, the tradition, the social rules, expectations, and connotation. That's how it's presented. But in reality, it's that reflection between context. So a very common dish in the UK is fish and chips. But then the Muslim users, the Muslim British users, they will want that halal version. And that's why I quoted, we want fish and chips, but we want halal fish and chips, which becomes the example of how to demand new products within a context. So halal food in general here is equal to the social responsibility, social identity, and contextual ethics. Also, it is traditions that are rethought and reread through the contextual glasses of the language users, which means that they do draw upon the norm projections from both the Quran, the akhlaq, the ahkam, or the cultural traditions they have, and then to also look upon the contextual trends that are existing, the sustainability trends, and trying to convert that into divine intentions. So this is kind of a new approach to studying Muslims in the West that I'm presenting here, mainly because Sharia is now not being studied as law or as norms, like fixed law and norms, but is dynamic and contextually produced. One cannot talk of a reproducing as Sharia as it's not reproduced from an original source. In that sense, it will always be produced within a new context. Sharia is contextually produced by influences and representations of religious reflections on the context, influence of norm, identity, and morality. And that's why we also see when we do talk about halal food and the way it's branded in the UK and a lot of other Western countries, it becomes more of an identity. It's not only a religious identity, but it becomes an answer. So one of the informants argued that everyone thinks that halal food is only shawarma and kebab, but it's not. It's also healthy food. It's also being aware of the society, being aware of the biodiversity, etc. So it's meeting those sustainability trends, which are already common knowledge in the non-Muslim majority country, and that therefore like it becomes a bridge between the majority and the minority, where they kind of speak the same language in regards to sustainability trends, but are using different words for it. So that was all for me. Thank you.
Great. Very, very interesting paper. Thank you so much. And thank you very much for keeping within your time limit for your presentation. I now invite people to make comments or to ask you particular questions over the next 10 minutes that we have left for this session. If I could start, Tessie, if you don't mind. I mean, what I find intriguing is, I mean, what is halal fish and chips? I mean, is it produced and how is it produced?
Yeah, what's interesting here, you could go to like the technical detail on whether fish in itself, why is it not halal? Like, why would you demand a halal fish? Isn't fish already halal? Then you can also discuss whether the dough that the fish is put in, is there beer in that? Is there alcohol in it? And like, how do you produce that? Which is a very interesting phenomenon in a sense, because if I had no idea, I might just go and buy a fish because I thought that's fish, that would be halal. But then you also have to have this inside knowledge of that it's a specific beer that they're using for this specific fish. So that's kind of an interesting discussion in regards to making a dish halal in that sense. And I think that a lot of findings shows that the minority Muslims in the West care a lot about like knowing bread, what kind of things are in bread, like the E numbers, what kind of things are in everyday food that you would think has no source of pork or have no source of alcohol, but still find their way of that because it's a norm in a non-Muslim majority country. So yeah.
Thank you. I always thought that using beer in the batter for the fish was more of an upper class practice rather than the more mass-produced fish and chips. But anyway, any other questions? Thank you very much. It was a good answer.
I have a question, Doctor. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much for your talk, Tessie. It was very interesting, and this is a topic I find personally interesting and I've worked on. So excuse the very long comment that I'm about to make / question. I was wondering about so everything that you said, like in your slides, it's all very interesting. The use of these terms, ethical, sustainable, environmentally friendly, and animal welfare and all of that. And I was wondering if your informants knew of this article that came out recently in the Asian Express, I believe it was, that said that they found that 75% of chicken that is labeled halal in the UK is not even halal. It's in fact gas. In fact, it's not even suitable for human consumption. It's just gas chicken that has been thrown away. And there's a group of a cartel sort of called the Haram Boys, who basically take that chicken and relabel it as halal labels. So that's sort of like the corruption that's going on. But even in terms of regulations for halal, I was in a talk with the Sheikh Yunus Soodwala, he's of the Halal Monitoring Committee, and he said something that was very shocking. He said anyone can print off a halal label sticker in the UK and put it on anything because there's literally zero regulations for what halal means. And I know that in the UK now there's a rising awareness of factory farming and factory farmed chicken, battery cages where chickens have their beaks chopped and they're all stuffed together with their own waste. I was wondering if your informants were aware of this and what does halal entail for them? If a chicken is living in such conditions and then you, right before you kill it, you say Bismillah, does that make it halal according to them? And when it comes to halal fish, long before you get it the pure and the batter, what about the way that it's obtained? By trawling, for instance, which is just pulling large fishing nets in water, and about 40% of this fish that is caught is unintentionally caught and it's thrown back into the sea while it's either dead or it's dying. So is buying fish that is obtained through these means halal for these informants? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this is very on point. That's issues I think Muslims in the entire West are having in regards to. I think what's interesting because when we are looking at traditional sourcing when it comes to like halal food, we did not have this mass production, so that was not an issue. Like going and getting your fish and treating it fair, or having your animals and treating them fair, that was not an issue. So there has been this discussion whether is Bismillah enough? Like, is it enough just to slaughter them in that way, or should we treat animals fair? And my argument here is that with the context being very sustainable, aware, I'm coming from Scandinavia, so everything is like very sustainable. We care a lot about sustainability here. Everything is built upon that. So having that society, Muslim users are also starting to question that. I was a part of a group 12 years ago that demanded organic halal chicken in Denmark because we had none. We did not find that to slaughter them and not treating them fair would be enough. But that's something we see. The informants have not been fully aware, but a lot of my informants are one of those who do have farms and do present or produce the organic meat themselves to meet the requirements. But my basic conclusion here is that it's the meeting with sustainability trends that they are suddenly aware that, oh, we can do it another way. Maybe this is not the right way. Maybe tayyib is more important than halal. Not that it's more important, but that's a key importance also. It's not only about the halal slaughter, but it's also tayyib. It's about like having the pure and good way in the way that you treat the animals. So yeah, there's definitely awareness here, I guess.
Just to follow up on that, when I was in the UK, and I think so this halal organic plus sustainable plus halal discourse comes off very classist. And I think the reason why is because it's literally not feasible for us to raise animals in, in accordance with Islamic welfare standards and in accordance with free range farms, because we don't have that kind of land. And when I was in the UK, the local halal organic sustainable farm that provided such chicken or just animals who had cost like 20 or 30 pounds for one chicken. And if we're going to say we should only be eating halal and sustainable, and that in itself assumes that in order to eat halal, we need to be eating animals, which isn't true because, vegetables are all halal. Then we're just basically saying that only those who can pay 20 or 30 pounds for chicken should be allowed to eat animals. And what do you think of that?
I would definitely say that hits like the head of the nail in regards to the issues that are here. We do see a rising trend in having vegetarian Muslims, vegan Muslims, and trying to like rethink the whole meat culture. Is it important to have meat in every dish you have? But it's also mixing that cultural like approach to food and then discussing religious norms. So trying to reverse those. There's of course a lot of dishes that are vegetarian, but I think like because of this, we will see a rise of Muslims who are vegans or are vegetarians, because the way that meat or animal production is, that's it's not meeting the standard of what you expect from an animal when they do use, and sorry, what's expected of the divine intention in regards to what does it mean to have halal food.
If I may add a comment, thank you very much, Desi, for your very insightful presentation. I think the halal industry is a very interesting and dynamic industry now, which is worth billions of dollars. That's why there is a need to revisit how this label is being used. I was just wondering in your research whether you've considered the full supply chain when it comes to food, because right now, when talking about halal, I think, and talking about halal and sustainability, I think it's beyond the prohibitions, like prohibitions of what is halal and haram, generally speaking, but it's about how do you assess that, looking at the full supply chain. Again, talking about some of the developments, I think in the, because I do come from the Islamic financial industry, we're looking at technology, how technology could contribute to that, typically using, for example, blockchain, etc., to ensure that that label is being looked at throughout the whole food supply chain. And you mentioned basically the fish and chips, but I saw a funny ad about halal pork. I think it was in the context of China, how the label is really misused. And I also saw it effectively for some products that I don't think it needs at all like a halal labeling. So there is effectively a misuse of the term. And I think the challenge moving forward when we want to talk about like the use of the label, because now even Western countries are interested in the halal industry, because as I mentioned, it is worth billions of dollars. So how can we ensure that maybe Islamic principles in the process of the certification of products go beyond the basic prohibitions to looking at the whole supply chain, and how maybe that could be done at a global level. And I think that this is where we need some standardization, harmonization, etc., and also with having the framework which is based on Sharia principles.
Thank you very much, Dalal. Tessie, if you could maybe prepare your answer for the discussion session. That was a very powerful comment and question. So just in the interest of time, to move on to the next paper, because I think that deserves some time in reply. If you don't mind, Dalal, save it for the question time at 2:30. So let us now move on. I want to introduce Naima Halim, who is one of our recent graduates in the master's program for applied Islamic ethics.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay, so first of all, thank you, Tessie, for such an insightful presentation. And I do have a question which I'll put, when we have the time, that 30-minute session regarding halal, tayyib, and the ethical, the 3 points that you raised. So this paper is basically an extension of my master's thesis on genetically modified foods and Islamic ethical perspectives. Okay. So this will be the outline. I'll start with a brief background of my research, then the research questions and the methodology used, followed by the scientific aims of GM foods and the key moral arguments in secular bioethics, food ethics, and then the Islamic ethical perspectives, followed by the conclusion. So basically, since this whole seminar is about sustainability and food justice, so when we talk about sustainability and food availability all across the globe, especially for the impoverished nations and the vulnerable populations, it is argued that GM foods comes as one of the main solutions to address this food insecurity issues, especially in the wake of this current pandemic, COVID-19. We will analyze how effective and how the key role played by GM foods, if it is providing any solution in providing healthy yet nutritious food all year round to the malnourished nations all across the globe. But this technology is not without controversies. So we'll be analyzing about the controversies as well. And lastly, I'll be highlighting the importance of tayyib foods and how are they different, the slight difference between halal and tayyib foods in the Quran as posed in the Quranic verse of Surah Baqarah chapter 2 verse number 168. So this was the background. So the main research question that I have tried to pose in this paper is that despite the extreme objections raised against GM foods, do they still stand tall as the only solution to curb hunger from the world? And I have divided my sub-questions accordingly. So how can we evaluate GM foods through the lens of possible benefits, expected harms, and associated values, and the arguments in the interdisciplinary field of food ethics? We'll be discussing that, followed by, like I mentioned, COVID-19, how effective are GM foods are and how powerful enough are they to combat the food crisis, which can be further exacerbated through this pandemic. And then finally, the analysis of GM foods through Islamic ethical perspectives, primarily through theology, philosophy, and fiqh, and with prime focus on the maqasid. So as mentioned, and also just like mentioned by Dr. Marwan, that he proposed this harmonization approach. So similarly, in my paper as well, I have adopted an interdisciplinary approach because this is a contemporary subject and it needs to have inputs from secular food ethics as well as theology, philosophy, and jurisprudence from Islamic ethics. So a brief overview of GM foods. Basically, what are GM foods? Like, for the benefit of all, that they are basically derived from genetically modified organisms whose genetic material has been altered by either inserting a gene or editing a gene from different organisms to create, desirable attributes. But this is not a new technology because we've seen our ancestors, performing fermentation, salting of meat. So some slight modification has always been in place in nature. But what makes it different from this traditional selective breeding is that it is a slow process that has unpredictable outcomes. Whereas GM foods, by removing and editing genes and inserting favorable traits, it is we have these changes at the DNA level. So you get more control by controlling the DNA level. So it is a more of a controlled form of modification rather than the uncontrolled and unpredictable modification which we have in the form of traditional selective breeding. So basically, the scientific aims of GM foods, like I started, was to provide sufficient and nutritious food throughout the year, which is, we all believe that it is the basic right of every human being to have access to clean, nutritious food all year long. But this is not just this this sole objective. We have its applications in medicine, agriculture, and then plants with having herbicide and pest-resistant crops, slow-ripening crops. Although they have some disadvantages, for example, if you use a lot of these genetically modified crops, then you can develop super weeds and pests, and then the farmers, they have to use more strong herbicides, and at times they have to manually pull out the weeds. So it has its disadvantages as well. But let's switch to moral deliberations. So this is a very extremely controversial technology because there's a high conflict between the environmentalists and even some affiliated scientists versus the government-backed and the scientists that are in favor of GM foods. And we will be analyzing this through the various concerns like health, agriculture and environment, social, economical, political, cultural, legal, and religious as well. So first of all, health and environmental concerns. So the main argument that the proponents of GM foods pose is the feed the world argument, which this is quite much related to the topic of this seminar. So they argue that GM foods have the potential to promise food security and quality and extended crop shelf life. At the same time, the food would be much healthier and cheaper as well, and better in taste as well. This, according to them, satisfies the bioethical principle of beneficence. That is, they are decreasing the health disparities in vulnerable populations and also facilitating the small-scale farmers by improving the crop yield. They also argue on the basis of innovation presumption argument that people in highly advanced countries, they live longer, they lead healthier lives because they are open to technological innovation. So they should have this is in line with the principle of autonomy, that they can make autonomous decisions while they are welcoming these technologies. Then we have the arguments against GM foods, and the most important argument that the opposers of this technology pose is the precautionary approach. So they fight on the basis of quality versus quantity of life, and they believe that we should instead promote best practices in organic farming and focus more on conserving food, because a lot of food is being wasted in the world. And some of them also, a minority, also are proposing a reduction in population, to promote justice and sustainability, which in my opinion needs to be figured out more, and how can we analyze it more ethically, this reduction in population, and what methods have they used to evaluate this, that this reduction in population can lead to food conservation. So this needs to be evaluated further, but anyhow, some of them do have this opinion. Then they also argue that this technology comes with its package of health and environmental risks, and based on this bioethical principle of non-maleficence, they should be discouraged, and which the European Union has already banned GM crops in most of the European Union countries because of this non-maleficence nature of this technology. Okay. Next, I move to the social concerns. So we have socio-political, economic, and cultural concerns. There has been a case study in which we see that less attention has been given to consumer perception when it comes to such technologies. So we need to have a societal dialogue versus US versus European case study, because we see that in the case of US, GM foods are more welcoming there. They're not labeled, and they are people, they do not have this autonomy to decide because of this non-labeling issue, whether to choose or not to choose GM foods, versus Europe, in which they have put restriction on labeling. So more societal dialogue needs to take place to cater to this social political aspect. Then very interesting is the socio-economic issue, especially in the African countries, and they give this example of global spaceship. And they say that this feeding the world argument is just a guise of global spaceship, and they're related to the olden days when the African people were cajoled into into ships, and they were taken as slaves in Europe and USA. So they say that this has just transformed into a global spaceship, and now the third world countries are just being misguided in the guise of feeding the world, and misleading the farmers and small scale farmers especially, and ignoring their true potential and their their values as well, and their expertise, as well as being independent on their own skills, native skills. Also socio-cultural, like for example, this case study of the Anishinaabe tribe in northwest US, where this biopiracy of menumen, which is a kind of a wild rice, this is an example that people associate some spiritual and personal pride values with a particular kind of a crop. So GM foods is challenging all these values. Then we have the legal concerns. Although WHO says that GM foods are risk-free, but there is a strong perception amongst the consumers and the environmentalists that we need to have autonomy in deciding, like I mentioned, in the form of proper labeling, what to decide and whether to buy or not to buy GM foods. So, but the proponents say that it has to be, there has to be a holistic evaluation of GM foods considering all these social and cultural considerations, and they have a great potential to feed the poor population. Moreover, any new technology comes with its risks. But if you just put an ironclad guarantee that, any new technology, be it GM or any other biotechnology, that it is risk-free, it is not possible, and it is just hampering scientific innovation. Then, like I mentioned, this a labeling issue, violation of autonomy principle, also the IP rights, intellectual property rights. So we have a very famous case of litigation between this Schmeiser, the farmer, and Monsanto, where he was sued for patent infringement. And in fact, a movie also was made on this, David versus Monsanto. So this violates the principle of fair trade and justice, the bioethical principle of justice. Then the philosophical and religious concerns. So the opponents of GM foods, they argue that these GM foods are playing God, so they're unnatural. But the supporters argue that this unnaturalness is the same for conventional foods as well under this definition. And this food tainting is really damaging this GM technology, because food tainting is a concept that does not require any proof. So, for example, if you just taint a food that a certain food is harmful, it will just create, a mark in the consumer's mind, and he will not require any evidence, and he will just take a precautionary approach. Okay, for example, like this is harmful, I better avoid it, and I just shift to some other choice, which is, which I'm sure that it is not harmful to my body. So the proponents argue that this precautionary approach is damaging the GM foods and is insensitive to the conditions of those, like in the vulnerable populations, who really need access to nutritious food, and by creating this food tainting image. Now, most important, this pandemic, COVID-19 and food insecurity. So it is approximated that around 120 million could fall in extreme poverty as a result of the crisis, food security crisis, as a result of COVID-19. And they also argue that this has affected the four main pillars of food security, which is number one, availability, that is the supply of food adequate, access to food, that the people, can they access food easily, then utilization, do they have enough take of nutrients and nutritious food that they are taking, and finally stability, that is this sustainable and can they access food all year round. So this was a very interesting case study that I found while doing research on this paper, was in US, in Washington DC, that around 37% of households with children, they struggle with food insecurity. And in fact, one of the highest rates of COVID-19 death toll was amongst the Black American community as a result of this food shortage. And so this just highlights this food-related inequities, and also the structural racism that is prevalent, still prevalent in the US, and imagine the capital of US, Washington, DC. So the proponents then they support that we have these figures that the highest death toll amongst the Black American communities is a proof in itself that they lack the nutritional access to food. So that is why they were vulnerable to the virus, because they did not have the immunity. So we need to provide access to nutrient-rich diet to these populations, to these communities. So especially those with compromised immune system, and especially in the wake of this pandemic. But there are counter arguments that, especially by Vandana Shiva. She's a very staunch opposer of GM foods, and she believes that food and culture are the currency of life, and that you cannot have one without the other. So she believes that GM foods are not just stealing the harvest of the farmers, but also by the nature, because they are just completely damaging the ecological balance. And this, she believes that it is food totalitarianism. Sorry, totalitarianism. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. which she believes that it is preventing people from accessing this locally produced, nutritious and safe food, and also it is stealing the farmers' inputs, like, and they're just giving the sole credit to the Western scientists and ignoring the contribution of the farmers. This totalitarianism. So the solution she proposes is that a diet that is lower on the food chain. And I think one of the speakers, I think Dr. Muhammad As-Saghir mentioned this about this food ratio of food. The four is less, four is enough for food for one is enough for four, something like that. So this, she suggests that a diet lower on the food chain with fewer animals and more plant-based variety, and I think Zanira would agree with me on this, can feed the world and has the potential to remove hunger from the world. Now, the Islamic ethical perspectives. So we have the concepts of Tayyib, Khilafa, Mizan, and Rahma, and I'll be just going through that. In Quran chapter 2, verse number 168, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that, O mankind, eat of that which is lawful and good, tayyib, on the earth, and follow not the footsteps of Satan. Verily, he is to you an open enemy. So one of the speakers also mentioned about this halal tayyib. I think it was Dr. Saghir who mentioned this, eating halal and tayyib. So I would just like to elaborate more on that, we need to expand more on this halal tayyib ethos. And for my research, I consulted Dawood Yassin's dissertation, and what he found out was the understanding, even by the classical scholars, on halal and tayyib was not very clear. And it wasn't because of the fact that because of their lack of knowledge or lack of importance on tayyib foods, but because of the fact that food in those days was pure, like even animals were reared ethically, and those issues did not arise at that time. So it was there wasn't much demarcation between these two terminologies. But now he believes that more scholarly inputs need to take place to address such moral issues in contemporary times and segregate these two terms and analyze tayyib, the definition of tayyib in today's in the light of these contemporary issues. So we talked about like fitra, mizan, khilafa, and rahma. So basically, the opponents of GM foods, they argue that such technologies are basically against the fitra, like the human nature, basic human nature in which God has created us, and it is also destroying the balance in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created us. So also God created us as Khalifa, as his viceroy in this world, and we have a huge responsibility to conserve the environment and our health as well. But there are others who argue that this rahmah, that is divine mercy, as part of this rahmah, God enshrined to us that we need to take maximum benefit from the environment, because this is a blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So any new technology, we need to embrace that technology as well. So this is another argument. Then we have the philosophical arguments in the concept of adl, like we mentioned, fair trade. And we see in the example of the Prophet ﷺ that his focus was on less consumption, like the hadith mentioned that the food for two is good for four. So also Al-Ghazali is emphasized a lot on ethical eating, that you can achieve more happiness and health and longevity if you eat less, and it can also lead to spiritual perfection as well. Now, the juristic aspects. So scholars, the jurists, they had collective ijtihad, and they basically, there were two groups. Although they agreed in favor of GM technology, but still there was disagreement. So one group called it a manageable risk, and we should embrace this technology because everything is permissible unless the harm is categorically known, while the other group adopted a precautionary approach, that it is disturbing the balance, and GM foods affect our genes, and they affect the health and the environment, so they should be avoided to the best possible manner. Now, so we need to analyze this through the maqasid, whether it is a maslaha, benefit, or a harm, mafsada, and the 5 maqasid, that is safeguarding of religion, life, intellect, progeny, and wealth. So when we analyze it with regards to preservation of religion, GM crops, they must be halal and tayyib to preserve religion and morality. But the counter argument is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has permitted humans to make the best use of worldly knowledge. So this, this eventually will be beneficial for our religion as well. Then preservation of life. Of course, like we had discussed, that if they have adverse effects on our health, then they should be avoided. But the counter argument is that you have to choose, like if you have people of unnourished people in the world versus GM foods from DNA of unlawful sources. So do you want to save life, or do you want to, object to GM foods that they are coming from unlawful sources? Then preservation of intellect, like in the case of autonomy, non-labeling of GM foods, and progeny, because even if they are not harmful in the present time, but in the long run, if they are disturbing our natural growth and affecting our future generations, and according to the fiqhi maxim, harm must be avoided. Then wealth, preservation of wealth, like we discussed, that the farmers' income should be protected, and their IP rights, and they should be safeguarded, and fair trade should be implemented all across. So this is a benefit risk assessment, and we can see that protection of religion, life, wealth, lineage, and intellect are against GM foods, and for GM foods, protection of life and protection of wealth. So lastly, I would like to conclude that GM foods need to be analyzed keeping in mind these maqasid and these priority principles like benefit and harm. So if it is scientifically proven that it is causing environmental destruction and to our health as well, then of course, as per the fiqhi principle, prevention of mafsada takes precedence over acquisition of maslaha. It has to be avoided. And also, Muslim scholars need to go beyond this binary lens of halal and haram. So the constructivist approach, as given by some scholars like Ghali and Maryam Al-Attar, which considers this interdisciplinary approach, like including inputs from philosophy, economics, sociology, needs to be considered. And lastly, I would just like to add, this cheaper access to nutritious food is the right of every human being. And this just reminds me of an incident in the life of Abu Huraira, that he, although we all know that he was, he narrated thousands of hadiths, and his spiritual status, we all know about that. But even he, during days, because he used to, he was a poor person, and he used to tie stones to his stomach. So he used to ask people questions, on the way from Abu Bakr and Umar, so that they would realize that how hungry he is, so that maybe they would take him to his to their place and feed him. So this just reminded me that how important, even if in the case of the Sahaba, how important is access to nutritious food, and it does affect your spiritual status. If it is, if it could affect the spirituality of Sahaba, then even it could affect ordinary people like us. So this is the basic right of every human being, that he or she should have access to healthy, nutritious food. How we are going to achieve it, whether GM foods are able to cater to this demand, this needs to be analyzed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. An excellent presentation. Naima, we have only 5 minutes left for any questions or comments to you directly at this point. It was pretty wide-ranging.
Assalamu alaikum, Naima.
Yes.
Can I ask if I could? Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Yes. Am I clear?
Yes, you are. Go ahead,
okay.
Please.
Yeah, so I was wondering about your presentation. It was very enlightening. Thank you. But I was wondering why you only focused on when you're saying GM foods, you're essentially saying GM crops. So what about GM genetically modified animals? And I was wondering, obviously it's going to be two different things, because in your presentation slide you said it could lead to super weeds. But what about super bugs like the coronavirus, which is the FAO, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, had warned about this a long time ago because they said that we were feeding animals that in factory farms too many antibiotics, and that was leading to very sort of exacerbating antibiotic resistance, and we would eventually have to deal with a virus or pathogen that we would not be able to handle. So I was wondering, so obviously the problem is bigger when it comes to animals, because animal pests or sort of, pathogens can transfer to human beings, because human beings are also animals and they can just quickly adapt. So that was one question about superbugs and animals, but also about, you wrote that there's a genetic blueprint of GM foods and the animals that feeds on it, and then if we eat that animal, it could harm us. But what about the animals that we directly eat that are genetically modified themselves? Like cows have been modified to produce so much milk that their udders are like overblown. And chickens, or at least their wildfowl ancestors, used to lay 24 eggs around the year, and now we've modified them to produce 250 eggs per year, and they lay so many eggs that their bodies are wasted. So what is the Islamic ethics rulings on these? Because we know for a fact that the rulings on slaughtering animals include a command to do ihsan, when we don't see a similar command to do ihsan with plants. So that's it.
Naima, you need to unmute.
Sorry. So thank you, Zanira. So the simple answer would be why I did not consider animals was, I think, I would say don't eat animals. So like I mentioned in my presentation as well, that one of the solution towards feeding the world and food insecurity is that you should shift to a plant-based diet. And although I'm not a vegan or a vegetarian, but I truly believe that this can be one of the solutions health-wise as well as sustainability-wise as well. Secondly, why I did not delve more on GM foods, although GM animals, sorry. Although in my thesis, I did mention briefly about GM animals, but for this paper, I deliberately focused on GM plants only. Because GM animals is still a field in research, not as advanced as GM crops, because 90% of the corn that we are eating these days in US is genetically modified, and some of the consumers, like most of the consumers, they don't even know that they're eating GM foods because they're not labeled. So I wanted to highlight the issue, the most burning issue. So with regards to GM animals, you can avoid, because either you are a vegan or you just want to avoid the antibiotics and the hormone fed injected cows, whether they are GM engineered or not, irrespective of the fact. You have the liberty to avoid, you have the autonomy to avoid. But what about the plants that you don't even know? If you are a vegan, for example, what options do you have? You're not eating animals, but then if only you have the plants that are available are only genetically modified, what options do you have? So I think that demands more focus. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. We will have to leave this discussion here for now. We can revisit it later. I would now want to invite Ms. Wiji Utami, who I think is at Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta. Is that correct? I'm not 100% sure.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the chance for us to be part of a wonderful event. We are from Universitas Islam Negeri Sultan Taha Saifuddin Jambi, especially in Jambi province from Indonesia. Actually, Prof, this is not my education background. This is my first journey to Islamic ethics discussion in my paper. So we need advice and comment in the final for our findings. Okay, today we would like to deliver my findings under the title Purchase Intention Behavior of G consumer on halal food need for cognition as moderator variable. Maybe there is a difference with my title between here and abstract book, because we perform some review with Prof Jureidini. Thank you, Prof, for this process. I learned a lot. This research conducted by myself, Vijay Utami, Dr. Tanti, Ms. Deliza, and Dr. Rafiko Ferawati. Next. Okay.
Ms. Utami, I gave you the control on my on the presentation. Can you please try to control it by yourself?
Wait. I what control? Okay. I can control my presentation.
You can or you can't?
Cannot.
Oh, okay. Mona, can you be prompted? Would that be too much trouble? Hello?
Hello. Hello, Dr. Mona.
Hi. Okay, I will just tell me next and I will pass the...
Yeah. So could you move it to the next one now?
Okay, this presentation is divided into several parts: introduction, method, result, and discussion, and the last part is conclusion and implication. Please, next. We know that halal industry is one of the promising industry in the world. The increase in the world Muslim population is increasing the consumption of halal food. Based on the dinner data, halal food and beverage market in the world reached $1.4 billion and projected increase by 6.9% in 2023. Currently, halal food is not only discussed about obligation of Muslim to their God, but this meaning is expanded to clean and healthy food. So this concept is adopted by non-Muslim countries. Many scholars conducted cross-sectional study about the variables that influence purchase intention behavior of consumers, such as attitude, subjective norm, awareness, halal logo, halal credence, certification, and etc. But moderating variable is crucial to explore for more advanced data. Next. We have several concepts. First one, attitude toward halal and intention to purchase halal food product. According to Hassan, a person's attitude is formed from three main components: affect, cognition, and behavior. Affect describes a person's feeling or emotional response to a product. The higher someone likes product, the higher the desire to buy that product. Cognition describes a person's belief of or knowledge about the characterization of a product, whereas behavior is related to a person's willingness to take specific action or behavior toward the product. The second one, religiosity on attitude toward halal and intention to purchase halal food. Religiosity, we know that religiosity is a system or practice and belief that affect one's satisfaction and decision about something in their life. Human with a high level of religiosity feels and all activity in the world will be monitored and judged by God. I'm sorry, in here, Azan is sounding, so can we suspend it for a minute?
So this is Adhan actually from a nearby masjid.
Can we continue?
Yes, please. I think it is very close.
Okay. I continue to number 3. Halal credence on attitude toward halal food and intention to purchase intensive behavior. Islamic religion shape this belief regarding the assurance of faith to food free from haram contamination. The meaning of halal credence expand not only about the Islamic law, but also discuss about the benefit of halal food. Therefore, the non-Muslim community could adopt this concept to their valuable life. The final concept is need for cognition as moderator variable for halal credence and attitude toward halal to purchase intention to purchase halal food. The need for cognition is an internal factor related to person's motivation to do something. Need for cognition as a variable that describes the extent to which a person is motivated to think and process information in depth. Various studies have shown a relation between cognitive needs with various personal variables. Consumers with high need for cognition will seek information systematically and carefully. However, far too little attention has paid to analyze factors that influence the purchasing intention of Generation Z on halal food, especially in Indonesia. So our novelty are focused on Generation Z consumer, and then we add theory plan behavior as supporting theory, and then we add Islamic ethic discussion. Okay, this is our method. The collected data was obtained from 563 Generation Z, and then the data was analyzed using smart PLS software. Based on the literature review, we constructed 7 hypotheses, and the conceptual research model is depicted in figure 1. Please, next. This is our 7 hypotheses. We can see, maybe we can see on the slide, maybe next to the next slide. Okay, this is table 1 represent about respondent profile. Generation Z has the same level in this my research in case bachelor with a science and non-science background, 70.05 and 28.95%. Maybe the rest can be seen on the slide. Next. Respondents obtain halal information from several sources. Majority they said school is one of potential source for Generation Z consumer for getting halal information. The data followed by kind of social media as a halal information source. It is in line with the characterization of Generation Z that they don't like information through visual, verbal, contemporary, and viral from digital platform, and they then doesn't like traditional ways. Please, next. Okay, thank you. Table 3 show two kind of data. The first one, direct relation. We can see that. I'm sorry, this is table 2. Table 2 so that loading factor, composite variable, and average. All loading factor values same with or more than 0.7 for composite reliability more than 0.6 and the average more than 0.5. So it could be concluded that the questionnaire on our research is good at the item levels and constructed level or satisfactory convergent validity. Please, next. The table 3 inform us about fat coefficient. We can conclude our hypothesis. We separated into relation. The first one, direct relation. Attitude and religiosity have positive effect on the purchase intention behavior, while halal credit doesn't affect the purchase intention behavior generation Z consumer. And then the second relation is indirect. Indirect in here is moderator or moderating variable. Variable need for cognition is used as the moderator variable between attitude on purchase intention behavior and then variable halal credit on purchase intention behavior. Next. Okay. Previous study on the application of Islamic ethic on the halal study consists 3 levels. The first one, responsible halal business. It examines the suitable of producer strategy with halal standard. At this level, Islamic ethic protects consumer from cheating practice of marketers and producers in the violation of halal standard. For seller and the producer, Islamic ethic also protect them for committing sins to violate the rule standard. Several examples of statement of the questionnaire in our research that first, the production method of halal food is a primary factor in food hygienic, and the other one, the halal food is produced considering animal welfare. This statement is from halal credit variable. In the statement, producer and seller must ensure that the halal food production process must pay attention to cleanliness and not torture animals. Islamic ethic implant in each variable giving meaning to consumer. The second one is responsible halal product. It discusses the suitability of product quality with halal standard. The example of statement in our questionnaire is halal food is produced according to Islamic law, and then the halal label is crucial for consumer convenience. This statement represents the value of Islamic ethic related of this field, level. One of Islamic ethic of marketers and producers is honesty in maintaining product quality before they're selling or distribute to the consumer. And the final ethic is halal product itself. Describe about conformity of the product with basic halal standard. In this level, the halal process must follow the halal certification requirement applicable in each country. For example, in Indonesia, based on MUI or Majelis Ulama Indonesia. Because scandal violation of halal certification can occur, but Islamic ethic play a role in protecting Muslim rights. The halal certification system in Indonesia has complexity and rigidity. This because this business process is protected by Constitution number 33 of 2014 concerning about the guarantee of halal product. Next. Okay, this is our final part. Is attitude and religiosity have positive effect on the purchase intention, while halal credit doesn't affect the purchase intention. Moderator variable in here, need for recognition, is used as the moderator variable between variable attitude on purchase intention and variable halal credit on the purchase intention. Islamic ethic is element in the study. We can separate it in certain variable, but it emerged in all our questionnaire. This research implication, the result of this study have contributed, but both theoretically and practically. Theoretically, this research is addition to the literature on buying behavior of halal products, specifically for Generation Z. Meanwhile, this study result can practically provide insight for business people in the halal food sector to choose the right halal food product marketing strategy for Generation Z. Thank you very much for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Right. So we have 5 minutes left for discussion. Thank you. You got through that very well under the circumstances.
I have a question for which, if I may, Ray.
Yes.
Yes.
Go.
Thank you very much, Wiji, for this interesting presentation, and you managed it very well with all the interruptions that we went through. It's just a quick question. I was wondering, how did you measure religiosity in your study? How did you assess the religiosity of your sample?
I'm so sorry, I can.
Can you hear me?
Your voice.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I was just wondering, how did you measure religiosity of your sample? Because you used that as one of the variables. So how did you measure that?
Measure variable religiosity.
Religiosity, yes.
We use several statements in my instrument. We construct the instrument, and then we share our instrument using website software, namely Survey 123. For all my students in, this is Generation Z in Jambi province and out inside Jambi province and outside Jambi province. Maybe I can show my.
That is fine. I mean, the idea was just to see how did you assess, because it's a very interesting dimension. So I was just curious to know, how did you measure, religiosity? But you said that it's in your questionnaire that you had specific questions addressing that, right?
Okay. In specific variable religiosity in here, religiosity we divide in several dimension in religiosity, such as ideology, ritual, intellectual, consequency, and experiment. So we construct the statement in the questionnaire. So we spread this questionnaire to our respondent, and then we analyze using SAMP-LS. Because previous study explained that religiosity divide into several dimensions, such as ritual, ideology, intellectual, experience, and consequences.
Okay, that answers the question. Thank you, Wiji. Because I was wondering, because in some studies they did limit it to rituals, which is not really reflective of religiosity. And then one last point, because you mentioned in your sample you gave the breakdown of gender. Did you analyze that also in the results? Did you see any differences when it comes to gender?
Gender. And unfortunately, I don't assess about gender in my journal.
Okay, thank you, Wiji.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions to Wiji or comments? Well, if that's the case, thank you very much. Now I'm going to open it up for a more general discussion and questions for the panel, for all of the three participants, but perhaps we could start with Tessie. If you could you answer the question that was given to you by Dr. Dalal earlier, and I didn't give you a chance to answer because we ran out of time. So would you like to begin by addressing that, and then meanwhile people can develop their questions and comments over the next 30 minutes.
Yes, please. Can Dr. Dalal please just summarize the question for me?
Sure. I think it was a long, it was a comment and a question as well. But I think in the discussion you had, it was very interesting that the concept of halal, and effectively, I think there was a misuse of the terminology of the label, because it is a label actually now. And I was just wondering, in your study, whether you looked at the various, like you looked at the full supply chain of food, or you focused only on the prohibitions, because if you're talking about sustainability, and I think that's the direction now when talking about food security and sustainability, is to look at the whole supply chain. And I mentioned that one of the areas that are being explored now at the global level is how can we use technology to address this challenge, namely, for example, blockchain technology, etc., which we're looking at, for example, in the Islamic financial industry. And I gave just the example of halal pork as a as an anecdote, because I came across it in one of the seminars, and it was really interesting to see how the label is misused. So that was mainly my comment.
Yes, I think what's interesting to see that, as you mentioned, like halal is just a brand. We see how medical companies are buying that brand to marketing it to certain customers, and with the same product, so it's not really change anything, but it's just a brand to market certain products to certain consumers. My informants are definitely very aware of the whole chain, so it's not only the end result but the whole chain. And I think that's the changes we're going to see with the awareness of sustainability, that, as you mentioned, sustainability is not only the end product, but that's the whole supply chain. So yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions and comments for any of the three speakers?
I had a question for Tessie before this break. So, can you hear me, Tessie? Can you hear me? Yeah. So you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're a bit faint. I can't hear you.
Okay. Is it clear now?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
So you mentioned in your presentation about the differentiation between halal, tayyib, and ethical. So can you just clarify if what exactly do you mean by this demarcation? Is ethical, you mentioned it separately just because there was no Arabic alternative, or do you really believe that ethical is something beyond the halal, tayyib ethos? Because in my opinion, if this ethos of halal tayyib, that makes a food or anything ethical. So is there something beyond that as well? Some other requirement for it to be ethical?
So what I looked at was how the discourses were used. So not what it necessarily mean or hold, but that the consumers and producers and suppliers were using certain discourses, and the discourses which I found interesting were they did describe halal and ethical as essentially the same thing as you mentioned, but they did use three different terms. And what I found interesting was that they did borrow what we call norm projection. They did borrow the word ethical from their surroundings, their context, but didn't change the word halal and tayyib. So it's more of a discourse analysis discussion on how to keep some words and how to norm project other words, because in its essence, halal and tayyib means the same thing as ethical, and ethical in this regard means the same thing as halal and tayyib. But why use three different discourses for the same concept? And that, I argue in the paper, has something to do with the context and the relation to the context. How do we produce halal brands and marketing in a non-Muslim environment?
I just have a comment.
With the branding stuff. Sorry. Just
No.
wanted to. maybe like you mentioned that halal is just a brand now, like it's like a brand now. So maybe they want to brand this, like, if they want to call something tayyib or ethical or halal, so that is why this demarcation exists for branding purposes.
If I may ask, or maybe respond to Dr. Naima or Sister Naima, there is like a argument in Islamic finance, for example, what's called Sharia-based and Sharia-compliant. So if I may use these terms, it might be relevant. I found like some relevance to halal tayyib. So halal would be pretty much like Sharia compliant. So it doesn't stem from Sharia, but it is accepting or meeting the legal requirements. However, tayyib would be pretty much like Sharia based. It's based from within the prophetic and the Quranic examples. So it is pretty much this is how I felt halal tayyib would be represented. So it's pretty much like Sharia compliant. So it does really meet the legal requirements for halalification, but it's not Sharia based. It doesn't stem from the prophetic example. It doesn't follow the full prophetic example. So I think it might fail, for example, from the ihsan perspective. So it doesn't have ihsan. It does meet Islamic requirements. So it does meet that, but it doesn't go beyond that into ihsan, into having like a better and more advanced purpose. Okay.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Saeed, you were wanting to make a comment?
Yes, actually, very interesting discussion about the halal and tayyib, and I wonder, if we can really get into the detailed discussion of mufassirun about the subtle difference between these two terms. But actually, I have another question for Tessie as well. Tessie, I like your presentation and the source analysis that you did, and also the subtle interplay of text and context, interpretative communities and practice. That is all in place. That's wonderful. But my question is about the interpretation of Sharia itself, the term that you used. You said that one cannot talk of a reproducing Sharia. Sharia is not reproduced from an original source, right? This is one of the lines that you use in one of your slides, and I would like you to maybe to elaborate on the definition of Sharia given that line, and what is the difference in this case between Sharia and religiosity? And since you are trying to stay with the context and and avoid the original source and the textual discussion, but when we go to Muslim minority situation, when we talk about, for example, the fiqh of Muslim minority, we find a very interesting discussion not about legal sources, but about also the relation between fiqh and norms, identity, and morality. So in the case of Muslim minority, we are beyond the legal textual discussion. The discussion, even if it is a legal discussion, it's more contextual discussion talking about norms, identity, and morality. So how we can situate also the course of fiqh of minorities on your scheme of analysis? Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, when we do work with the term Sharia, so what is happening, of course, we're trying to create this paradigm shift, because normally in the West, when Sharia has been studied, it has been studied as something essentially different from the West. So you have on one hand Sharia, you have on the other hand the West, and that's why we have a lot of political, academic clashes between the two terms. What we're trying to do is trying to rethink Sharia within its context. So instead of arguing that Sharia is stoning, going around and asking Muslims, what kind of norms do you have? Like, what kind of approach to the divine intentions do you have? Because a lot of people would, of course, there's people attending the conference who have studied and are scholars within the field. But when we are talking to common Muslims, their Islam interpretation, or that God interpretation, that Sharia interpretation, will be based on cultural norms. it will be based on, oh, my parents taught me this, or the local imam taught me this. Like this is there, and there would be a lot of, as I said, common sense. Like, oh, I could not, God would never want that. It's like, how do we know what God wants? So that's the interpretation of Sharia here. What I talk about when I say you can't really talk about a reproduction. So what happens here is that when you do have replay of Shakespeare wrote a manuscript, and every time that manuscript is played in a new scene, a new theatre, then that's a reproduction of it. But when it comes to Sharia, because it has been interpreted from the beginning, that you can't really talk about it's not like God sent down a Sharia written in stones and then people are reproducing it. Sharia has been from the beginning a reflection on different sources, so the Quran, the Hadith, the Ijma, Qiyas, etc. So it's always been a contextual reproduction, and that's why when you are producing something, you don't really have the original source. You can talk about an original source in the sense of Quran, but Sharia is so much more than Quranic studies and then the Quranic text in itself. So it's a production more than a reproduction, and that's why we argue for this paradigm shift, that when we do study Sharia, when we do study Islam in the West, that we are looking at what people are actually producing and not what some sources say. Because a lot of people in my previous studies have shown that the common Muslims will have little understanding of what text say, what the Quran says, what traditional book says, what the Hadith say, etc. It would be more pick and choose in regards to how do I reframe Sharia, so I use this Hadith to understand Sharia. We have a whole discussion on whether Muslims can be vegans or not. And then on one hand, we say, no, the Prophet said that if you don't eat meat within 40 days, you will lose your Iman, or you will lose, etc., etc. And the other hand saying, no, animals not treated fair. And due to this Hadith, like it will always be this discussion, especially producing or examining the productions of Islam and Sharia in the West, which is not based on the scholarly interpretation, but based on the common Muslim interpretation, if that makes sense.
Well, here the point of, the difference between Islamic law and Sharia. Do you see the difference between these two terms, the use of these two terms? Because here I see a kind of conflict between Sharia and the fiqh in the usage of people and the usage also of scholars, because in the context of the West, people use Sharia, but they don't mean Sharia per se, but they mean Islamic law. You see what I mean? So here, when you use the term Sharia, you are kind of making a generalization that may not be meant in the discourse.
Yeah, I think that in general, when you do look or do examine the world through discourse analysis, there will always be a discourse. So we might agree that within this concept or within this text, halal is referred to this, or Sharia is referred to that, or Islamic law is referred to that. But when we do a discourse analysis of what consumers say, or what users say, or what producers say, then you will often have a different kind of discourse practice, because that's based on the context. So that's why words can have a different meaning. But then who are we to say that this meaning is not as correct and as valid as the other meaning? Because it holds a meaning or an important meaning for those who are producing the language.
Interesting.
Comments?
Yes, Jesse, I was just wondering if you could give me a reference for the hadith that you just said about the 40 days. I tried to look it up and it says that it's either attributed to Ali and the other one says that it's fabricated. So I would really love to hear where you found it.
Oh, I haven't found the hadith, but it was interviewing informants about whether you can go vegan or not. And one of them referred to a hadith. It was not, and again, like looking at the discourses, I was not interested in the source. So I've never looked up any source, but it's the production of that narrative that meat is very important to be a Muslim. And whether that, like, it's the production of the discourses more than the source. So I don't know. I've never looked up the source because that wasn't of any relevance for me.
Right, makes sense. I also had a comment for Dr. Marwan Haddad. Is he here?
Yes, he's still here. Well, maybe we could leave that for later. So, we want to stick to the current three presenters. Saeed.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't have.
Oh, I see. Okay. Any other comments or questions addressing the current three papers on halal, tayyib?
Well, I have just maybe a comment on Tessie's presentation, because it sounds, the halal industry or the halal brand has been even being shifted now with the current mindset in some political contexts. So, for example, now we started having like halal, I don't know if I may be using the term halal haram industries. So, so you have halal wine, as Dr. Dalal has mentioned, halal pork, halal wine, halal champagne, halal beer. It's pretty much now becoming dominant. Now we're having halal bars, for example, in some Orthodox Muslim countries. So it's pretty much now the halal idea has been challenged, and it really would be interesting to see. Because, for example, might be in the West, the Muslim are identifying themselves as halal eaters, so it's part of their identitarian politics and mindset. While for Muslim majority countries, so they go into more technical, terms. So that's why, the halal, I don't know, halal haram industries is quite progressive now in our current terms. So just a comment, just some thoughts. So would you like to add something on that, or?
If I could just add something to that, are all of these labeling and discourse, is it all being produced by Muslims, or are there non-Muslims involved in the production of these branding and so on and so forth?
Yeah, so the argument that we often work with within my research group is that non-Muslims are an equal part of producing terms such as halal, and the example of the halal bar is very good. One of the informants of my paper is a halal bar in London, providing everything that a bar should, but in a halal way. So halal is also, I also called it a social identity. It's something that you want to be. They have created this new word combined from halal and foodie, someone who likes food, to haludi. So it's someone who likes halal food. So it's become this intellectual, sophisticated brand where you are a special British Muslim in a sense, like that becomes an identity. And that, of course, is reaction towards between the clashes between especially the media, the non-Muslim majority, and their reflection on halal, saying, oh, halal is barbaric. You don't stun your meat before you slaughter it, that's barbaric. And then turning around saying, no, halal is organic, it's animal welfare, etc. So the production of these discourses is, of course, created from all sides. And that's why I talk about the context.
Thank you.
Can I just add something, Dr.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so when Dr. Dalal spoke about halal pork, like the only thing that came to my mind was vegan pork. And I just looked it up, and halal pork, I just Googled halal pork, and the only thing that is in the news is it says halal pork, world's first plant-based pork substitute revealed. And so basically, I think US companies launched plant-based meatless, quote unquote, pork product. And I think people are marketing it in order to make it sort of like, a catchy headline that says halal pork. So it's not actually pork. It's just it's plant-based meat. So technically it's halal, but also when I think this is sorry, Dr. Muhammad was speaking about halal. I think so. There's Sheikh Musa Ferber, who's the one he's written about intensive animal farming and the halal and haram of it and all of that. And he also makes this analogy between Islamic finance and the understanding of halal as, you know, just meeting the bare minimum, which I think Dr. Muhammad says is called Sharia compliant, as opposed to actually following all the rules holistically, which he said is called Sharia based. And I think this whole idea, but the halal bar idea is completely different from the halal pork idea. I'm not sure, maybe Tessie can tell us what goes on, what goes down at the halal bars. But I think it just shows us that we need to move away from just halalizing things as in, I don't know, just, you know, I mean, because it just shows this understanding of halal as making things permissible for you to do, as opposed to actually focusing on what is the most ethical thing to do in general. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, any further comments? It's becoming bizarre, but yeah. Okay. Well, we could end the session here and have a 10-minute break if you would like before we move directly on to the next session, which may not be a bad idea. This was an excellent, really interesting discussion, I think, and I think that there's clearly much scope to develop this field, indeed. So unless anybody has a burning comment, we will take a 10-minute break and then resume at, well, our time exactly at 3 o'clock in 9 minutes time. Okay? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
I don't know why I was trying to unmute and it wasn't allowing me to do it, but I think it's because I had already shared the screen and I couldn't do both share the screen and unmute at the same time. Anyway,
you're with.
Okay. I'm very happy to be here. Yes, I was up at 4:30 this morning to join the conference, and I'm afraid I missed the first 2 or 3 presentations, which I'm disappointed because I think that they are directly linked to what I have to say. But let me just start because we only have 20 minutes and it's a long PowerPoint. So I just wanted to start by saying I have an agricultural economics background. So my early training was in agricultural economics, looking at production and consumption subsidies. And most of my work has looked at the historical local and global political structures and how they shape socioeconomic outcomes in the Middle East. This call was so exciting to me because it brought together not only my research background, but my current teaching, which is looking at both the global economy and the role of non-governmental organizations in addressing social challenges. And I think that there hasn't been as much focus in the literature, especially in the West, that looks at the role of Muslim non-governmental organizations. So that's going to be some of the focus of my remarks. I thought I would start by, a little bit of background. If you think about this question of food security in the political economy literature, it's embedded in this notion of the social contract and questions about, is food the responsibility of the individual or is it a social responsibility? Is it a charity or is it a right? And I think just from listening to the discourse this morning, it's pretty clear that in the Muslim context, food is seen as a basic right and not an individual responsibility. A lot of the discourse in the United States, for example, talks about individual responsibility. But there is often a tension between this notion of the deserving and the undeserving poor, questions of citizenship, religion, who has the right to have access to food. And that varies across time, location, and culture. The side of things that I want to look at, though, is not so much the discourse analysis, which others have already discussed, but really who are the institutions that secure food. And obviously the family is an important unit. People rely on their families, but also local communities. And increasingly often the state is seen as having a responsibility for food security, but also religious institutions and more generally non-governmental organizations, whether they're religious or not. And clearly in the context of the Muslim world, there's also the role of transnational NGOs, be they either Muslim-based or also there are quite a few Christian-based NGOs that focus on food security. There's a big literature that talks about the importance of actual charity preceding the state, right? That before we had state institutions, we already had charities and particularly religious institutions playing a key role in redistribution of resources and addressing basic needs like food and housing. But in the more contemporary period, a lot of the questions that are asked have to do with what is the relationship between the state and religious institutions. Are they working in cooperation or are they working in opposition to each other? Are they complementing or substituting? Are they independent or dependent? You know, how much does the state have oversight over religious institutions? How much does it rely on institutions? And then another line of discussion is, are states or non-governmental organizations better at mobilizing resources, at distributing, redistributing goods and making sure that food security is assured? A lot of this literature that talks about the intersection between the state and the NGO sector actually ignores the very rich tradition of NGOs in the Muslim world. So I'm going to use 3 case studies to try to think about that intersection between state actors and religious actors and the role that they play in food security. I think the discourse, as I mentioned, in much of the Muslim world, food is seen as a basic right, although I do think that there's some variation across communities. I'm most familiar with the Middle East context, and in the post-World War II period, food was definitely articulated not just as a basic human right by religious institutions, but also by secular states. And so the state became very involved in subsidizing food in many of the Middle Eastern countries. Now, this subsidizing of food came at a significant government cost. So I'll talk a little bit about that. And then there was also global pressure to change those systems over time. Again, going back to some of the theory, what's interesting about states is that they actually can mandate contributions. They have the right to collect taxes. They may also be able to attract foreign aid. And so that is one of the ways that states think about food security and mobilizing resources to buy and then distribute food. States also have a macroeconomic responsibility. And one of the things about creating infrastructure of food distribution is that it actually creates jobs. And then they also provide services. Non-state actors don't have the mandate. They can't actually require in the same way that a state can demand taxes from their citizen. And they rely more on moral suasion, tithing or zakat, which I know everybody in this room is very familiar with, more so than I am. Non-state actors may also be more likely to mobilize volunteer labor. The state usually has to hire people if they want to distribute food and if they want to deal with food insecurity, whereas the non-state actors can rely on volunteer work because people may be just willing to step up and work with religious organizations. Now, this has pros and cons from a macroeconomic perspective because it's cheaper for non-state actors to just mobilize volunteer labor, but it does mean that you're not creating jobs when you do this. There's debates about whether state or non-state actors are more transparent. And I think, you know, one could come down on either side of that. I don't really want to get into that discussion, but I just wanted to flag it. A few more theoretical points to think about in terms of state versus non-states. Again, states have the power of coercion. They're allowed to tax and directly take money and resources and redistribute them. They also tend to develop what are called universal programs. And these tend to be both more politically sustainable, but also quite expensive. So actually, let me clarify that point. When a state develops a program, if they have a universal program, that's more politically accepted, because if everybody benefits, then everybody sees why it should be allowed. When states turn to targeted programs, those often lose political popularity because, oh, those people are benefiting, but I'm not. And so one of the debates in the Arab world has been, do we maintain universal programs such as the type of broad-based food subsidies that Egypt has, which are costly but are politically popular, or do we go to a more targeted program, which is cheaper, but may be seen as just favoring certain communities? I think another interesting aspect of state-sponsored food security programs is that they do build national identity. And if you go to an NGO base, that actually weakens notions of national identity and kind of a common purpose. But states are often criticized for not having good local networks. So they can create a good program up at this sort of theoretical level, but then how do they actually devolve that program down to the individual person who needs the help? So these are some of the theoretical debates that happen in the literature. Non-state actors, I already mentioned, may be more able to mobilize certain types of resources, particularly volunteer labor. They maybe have more of an ability to target. They know their communities better, but they may also have a very narrow definition of needs, and they may exclude certain people that they see as outside their community. And volunteer labor, while it may be good for economics, may not be good for other types of political aims. So that's some more background on sort of the framing. I want to get into some of the empirical analysis of what does hunger look like in the Middle East. I don't want to click on these two links, but I have them here. They can be shared later. But just to summarize, this is based on the Eastern Mediterranean region, so it's not the whole Muslim world. But there's a clear link between poverty, low per capita GDP, and armed conflict. And some of the countries in the Eastern Mediterranean that suffer the most from hunger are Afghanistan, Djibouti, Iraq, Libya, Pakistan, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. I think it's important to talk about the role of neoliberalism because, again, in the Middle East, food subsidies were one of the norms, and I'm going to go into some of those data in a minute. But in the 1980s, with the rise of neoliberalism, there was a real push on the part of the global community, and particularly the US and the UK, to shift away from these kinds of global subsidies that would benefit all citizens to very targeted programs that would cut the expenditures that the government actually put out towards assuring food security. Again, I don't want to go into all the details, but in the Q&A, if people want to ask about this. But this is, I think, an interesting slide for people to look at. These are some data that I compiled from different Arab countries. And it's remarkable how many Arab countries historically had food subsidies. These include Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, Syria, Tunisia, and Yemen. And then they were all pressured to reduce those subsidies. Algeria did, and then they reintroduced some of these food subsidies in 2006. Egypt actually never reduced, they never eliminated the program, they just shifted, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But at one point in Egypt's history, the expenditures on food subsidies was 25% of the government budget, which is significant, and this is why they were under a lot of pressure. Jordan eliminated, and then they brought it back in 2005. Syria did not eliminate it, but they did implement, they kind of brought it back, especially around the Arab uprisings. There was a lot of pressure on these governments to bring back these global food subsidies systems. Yemen, the poorest country in the region, was the most pressured, and they're the ones who eliminated it, and they now have some of the worst hunger outcomes in the entire region. So coming back to sort of the main question that I wanted to ask for this paper, oops, I'm so sorry. What happened here? Just went backwards on me. All states actually combine some combination between state and non-state actors. There's no such thing as the state is the only provider of food security, or the non-state is it. And what I wanted to look at is 3 different cases. In Egypt, I see this relationship as primarily one of opposition. You have this sort of state mechanism, and then you have the Islamic, the Muslim Brotherhood trying to provide an alternative, even though the Egyptian government has tried to make many of the activities that the Muslim Brotherhood is involved with illegal, and they've arrested a lot of members of the Muslim Brotherhood. Jordan, a case study I'm not going to really go into detail on. I see this relationship as more complementary. The state has a strategy, and then they implement that by going through NGOs, which is very much like the Western model that the US follows. And then you have the cases of Iran and Gaza, where you have a religious authority actually in charge of the state. And I think it's interesting to think about the different ways that they have addressed the issue of food. So Egypt historically had very heavy subsidies. We talked about the 25%. They were also, and other speakers have already mentioned this, so I wanted to reiterate, heavily dependent on US food aid, particularly surplus wheat. And it was the US, ironically, that actually pressured them to reduce their universal subsidy. But Egypt found very creative ways to bypass that political pressure, and they've actually maintained the food subsidy. And what they did was they reduced the quality and the size of the loaves of bread, and they reduced the number of foods. So they made the program, they maintained the universal aspect, but they made it less appealing to the middle class. What's interesting is that at the same time that Egypt had this massive food, government-sponsored food program, the Muslim Brotherhood was also doing parallel programming. Again, I'm not going to click on the link, but I'm going to share an image. Here's one of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood launches a campaign to combat COVID-19. And if you note here in the picture, it says Egyptian men wearing masks wait outside the center of non-governmental organization, Egyptian Food Bank. So again, you have this parallel where you have the state sponsored, and then you have this smaller non-state, which is in opposition and somewhat in conflict with the state. In Iran, obviously a very different story. You have religious charities starting out in opposition before '79, but then you have the establishment of the Islamic State. So here you have this blurring of state institutions and religious institutions. You also had a large-scale mobilization of volunteer labor by the state, which is somewhat unusual. But you also have food security being a major issue in the country. So a recent analysis, again, in Eastern Mediterranean Journal, looks at what's happening in Iran. I won't click on the links, but what I thought I would share that's really interesting is that Iran has come up with a national document on food and nutrition security. This is sponsored by the government. And it's a collaboration between the Supreme Council on the one hand, and then all these practical ministries. And they have a whole list of strategies and targets. They've identified the poorest regions of the country, and they really have a strong program to address hunger through a state mechanism that's informed by Islamic understandings and philosophy. The third case I wanted to go over is Palestine. They had no state apparatus before Oslo, but they did have a lot of history of religious organizations, both Christian and Muslim, as well as international outside charities involved in food security. Obviously, with the emergence of Hamas and the election of Hamas in Gaza, Hamas went from being a non-state actor to being a state actor. You have also the role of Israel, which is legally required to provide services because of occupation, but they take a lot of steps to undermine development. I won't go into the details, but there's been a whole professionalization and a co-optation of the secular NGOs. They've had the transformation of Hamas from an NGO actor to a state actor. But more importantly, for my purposes, Gaza became blockaded when Hamas was elected. And this gets back to some of the earlier comments that earlier speakers made too, and how dependency on global food sources is such a key issue in the context of the Muslim world. I think I'm running out of time. I'm really sorry because I just see it's 8:20. So let me go very quickly. In Palestine, food security has been a serious problem, especially in Gaza. 50% of Gazans are food insecure. And unfortunately, Hamas is not able to mobilize the kinds of resources that they would in a normal state situation. So basically, the Palestinians rely on the UN for their food. And I found it really interesting. So Palestine would be able to produce their own food if it wasn't for the militarism in the situation. I found it really interesting that UNRWA, though, which is a UN entity, is using Ramadan and appealing to Muslims as a fundraising. So here's a totally secular international organization appealing to Muslims to donate. Just quickly, I apologize for being over time. There's a number of structural factors that I want to reiterate, and this goes back to some of the earlier discussion. Domestic production capability, yes. The Gulf states rely on imports. Water and arable land are a huge challenge. You have countries like Egypt, which have the legacy of US policies around agricultural production. We also have massive water conflicts, Israel, Jordan, Syria, and Egypt, Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Kuwait. So the conditions, the structural conditions are hugely challenging. What I wanted to highlight, because I talked about both Iran and Palestine, these are both countries that have been under sanctions. Iran since 1979, Gaza since 2006. Qatar, the country in which this is taking place, has been under sanctions since 2017. And one of the questions I think I'm going to start exploring in my future research are Muslim countries more vulnerable to sanctions given US hegemony? Because if you look at the list of countries that are under sanctions, you see that many of them are Muslim majority countries. So I think this is a very interesting food security question to ask. So just to wrap up, I know I'm over time. Research around these questions is limited to date. This question of what should and is the role of state and NGOs, whether religious or not, in providing the social safety net in the Muslim context is quite limited. And I think questions about whether religious institutions versus states, like what are the pros and cons of having them dealing with food security? Of course, the elephant in the room is situating this within structural power inequalities. You have global power systems that very much shape food availability. So we can talk about NGOs and whether they're more effective, but you also have to talk about the role of outside governments, corporate power issues. A number of people have already brought up things like the global grain monopolies, intellectual property issues. And then for me, a key question is this question of sanctions and the degree to which Muslim majority countries are maybe more victimized by global attempts to limit their access to global markets. So that's the end of my formal remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's absolutely fine. Excellent presentation. Thank you. Now we have 7 minutes for this session left for discussion and comments and questions from other participants. If I could just mention one thing, Jennifer, I don't know if you looked at it, but speaking of UNRWA, UNHCR actually has a zakat program to raise funds for refugees. Yeah, that's been going for a while now.
Yeah, no, I think it's really interesting to see these secular intergovernmental organizations basically tapping into this source of funding, right? And And it's a very interesting question, right? Like, should a UN entity be distributing zakat? I mean, it's a fascinating question for this audience, I think, to think about, right?
Well, they got permission to do it, so I mean, they did it quite formally,
yeah. So I do think it's a really interesting intersection between intergovernmental organization and religious. I'm trying to stop sharing my screen, but I'm having trouble.
You can leave it there for the time. It's okay.
Okay.
So any other questions
Dr.
or
Jennifer,
comments?
could you please go back? Hello?
Go back. Do you want me to go back to a particular screen?
Yes, please. The one that you sort of hinted about, just neoliberalism.
Oh, sure. I mean, I made this a very quick and dirty. I do a whole like week on this in my classes. But do you have a particular question?
I found this. Yes, I do actually. So in my reading about like agriculture and global inequality, I came across two sources. One of them is Malcolm Gladwell's book, The Wealth of Some Nations. And he talks about protein imperialism. And he says that the meat industry in the core exists only on the basis of global flows of nutrients. Basically, the global South countries provide protein and quote unquote fish meal that is taken to the US primarily to be fed to animals and to, create meat. And also there's a book by Frances Moore Lappé, I think it's called Diet for a Small World. And she talks about how this book is back in, it was published in 1973. So I was wondering if you have any more updated statistics, because Lappé says that I calculated in 1 year, the protein lost in the production of meat animals in America alone is equivalent to virtually the whole world's protein deficit. And I was wondering, since you said that in the 80s there was a shift, like how do you think it would have moved?
That's really a great question. I would say you're right about the transfer of protein to the US, also Europe. One of the things that I teach is fishing off the coast of Africa. Much of the fishing off the coast of Africa is then exported to Europe to provide food protein for Europe. And as we see this shift from countries being lower income to middle income to high income, we see a shift in terms of a desire to eat meat-based proteins and then to shift to fish-based proteins. And so the strain on global fishing and how that's then distributed mostly to the global north countries. You have these oceans, but the fish out of those oceans is very much distributed towards the global north countries, even if it's being caught in global south waters. And if you want to look at Palestine, you can even see this in a microcosm, because Gaza, the fishing industry in Gaza has been completely destroyed by the sanctions, because Israel will not allow Palestinian fishermen to fish more than, like, I forgot the number, but it's like a mile or two off the coast. So you can see this both in microcosms of looking at particular conflicts, and then you can see it on the global scale. I would have to think a little bit more about whether there's an update, but it is remarkable, right, that we started talking about these things in the 70s and 80s, and yet the political economy shift has not really happened in terms of that inequity. And I would say sanctions is another way that this is manifest, in the sense that mostly sanctions are imposed either unilaterally by the United States on what quote unquote rogue states, or they're imposed by the United Nations. But the United Nations, if you think about who the permanent members of the UN Security Council are, there's a lot of pressure on the part of the United States to basically demonize certain countries. So I would see the sanctions regime as an extension of that inequity in terms of who has access to resources. I know I'm not quite answering your question. I'll give a little bit more thought to concrete data that reinforces your points, but I absolutely agree with you about the structural factors that are an issue.
Thank you.
I have a comment too, Jennifer. I don't know if we have time, Ray. We have maybe 1 minute. Just a quick comment, or if you prefer, we can keep it to
yes,
the
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jennifer. I mean, for the very insightful presentation, and these are actually excellent perspectives also of looking at food security. And it's interesting the examples you mentioned when it comes to sanctions, and you mentioned Qatar, which is actually was under blockade. And actually, it's a quite different case, and it's worth studying. And we're looking at that as well in our food security project with Professor Ray. Is that it had a different impact actually, because it was an opportunity to develop local capacity in terms of diversifying food production, etc. So that's the difference between the two other case studies you mentioned. And effectively, in a way, it could be looked at as a blessing, because now we have a lot of local products that are produced as compared to the situation before the blockade. So it was actually positive in terms of security, if I would say, but we're working on that actually to have more, to gather more information and data. The other aspect I wanted to add is when talking about religious organizations, because you mentioned also the relationship between state and NGOs. I would suggest also exploring other institutions besides Zakat is Awqaf, or the Islamic endowments.
Yes.
Because they do also play a great role, and there are some examples in the region and also globally whereby you have some dedicated Awqaf that contribute to food security and targeting maybe some bottom of the pyramid populations and all, and facilitating maybe access to facilities for agriculture and all. So that I think that would be also interesting to consider in future for your research, given that you're also looking at some religious institutions.
Yeah, and I mean that's very helpful. I was kind of using Zakat as with this group. I need to be more careful. For a non-Muslim group, you can kind of throw that out. But I am familiar. I think there's an interesting distinction to be made between mobilization of resources and what is motivating Muslims to give. And then thinking about the structures, what kinds of NGO structures emerge, and then how do they actually operationalize food distribution on the ground, right? So I was more focused on the how do you mobilize people to give, but I agree, sort of what are the structures that then work to actually facilitate is another question. And I think Iran is similar to Qatar. Iran obviously has huge land mass, so they are able to replace a lot of the food with domestic production, even more so than Qatar. The problem with Gaza is obviously that it's a very small piece of land, and they've also limited so many other imports, like things like cement, things like fertilizer, that it's very hard. And that also brings up the question of how food systems are linked to other imports, right? And how food production is really not just about can you grow the food, but do you have the fertilizer needed? Do you have the water needed? So absolutely, very, very, thank you for those points.
Thank you very much. And yes, Dalal, we'll be mentioning tomorrow in the paper about the blockade. There's a segment in it, how to avoid it. Look,
a short comment, if possible.
Very short. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was hearing about halal food and so on a while ago, and then I heard somebody would like to ask a question. Anyway, my comment is about when fiqh was developed during the Umayyad and Abbasid era. Islamic State was on its triumph. Now we are going in too much details about things halal and not halal and Islamic State and so on. I think we should stick to the basis. No, we don't need to go so wide. It's just the basics, and we surround ourselves to Allah's rule as simple as they are. Quran and Islam came to everybody, simple people and researchers, experts, and so on. But let us do the opposite. Let us start from the simple, the basic stuff, and move forward until we have a good, sophisticated, state. But nowadays it is different. We cannot go into much details. It's not profitable. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. We do need to move on. And Jennifer, could you take your share? Can you stop sharing your thing at this point?
Maybe you can do that for me because I can't. It's not.
No, I can't do it unless Mona can do
Mona
it.
do it? Because I'm.
If you just go to the top, just take the cursor to the top, it should bring down a little thing at the top to enable you to.
I know I've been looking and it's not showing up. I don't know if it's the way my thing is set up. Hold on.
Mona, are you with us?
Yes, it's not giving me. Okay. Oh, wait, I found it. I found it. Stop sharing. It was all the way at the top and it was hidden. Sorry.
Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we need to move. We do need to move on. Dr. Irshad Osman is here to present his paper that is written by himself plus Dr. Amjad Salim.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to, we both are going to present, myself and Dr. Amjad. So I will ask Dr. Amjad to make the introduction and we'll take turns in presenting. Dr. Amjad, please.
Oh, I see. Can I just ask where you are based at the moment? Are you in Sri Lanka or Toronto?
I'm in Toronto.
You're in Toronto, right? Yeah. Okay. Very
Dr.
well.
Amjad is in Switzerland.
Oh, in Switzerland. Okay. Very good.
So we've got a very international panel.
We certainly do.
Good. Good afternoon and good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting us to present some ideas around a paper that we've been thinking about. And really, this comes from two aspects. One is really from a very practical perspective of really addressing some key challenges on the ground in terms of why, particularly in the midst of COVID, but beyond that, there's food insecurity amongst particularly Toronto Muslims. But then more importantly, and this is why we thought it would be very key to have this presentation here, is the role of key Muslim charitable institutions, and really speaking at it from a practical level as to why aren't we going back to the traditions of the Islamic traditions, and understanding how we can address this. And as many speakers this morning have pointed out, that there are a lot of traditions there. So we really wanted to unpack that, and both Imam Irshad from his perspective of being community leader and working with the communities, and also my perspective of having worked with Muslim charities as well as with the UN, trying to unpack this idea of Islamic philanthropy a little bit. So what we want to do is just share with you some ideas that we have. Next slide, please. Great. So we're just going to explain briefly the problem, go through some of the rationale, identify some of the questions and the methodology that we've used, some findings from empirical research, then finishing off with challenges, observations, and what we think are the next steps. So, Shad.
So yeah, regarding the problem statement, and number one is the food insecurity has become a serious problem in Canada. 1 in 8 households in Canada is food insecure. That is almost about 4.5 million. The place we are focusing on, Toronto, is almost about 1 in 5 households, according to a paper done in 2020, theoretical part. And second is that the food insecurity has also become a racialized and a systemic problem. I believe that Sister Naima mentioned that it is highest rates of food insecurity are found among indigenous and Black communities, followed by Arab and West Asian, 20% 4, South Asian, 15% 2, and new immigrants, 17.1. And as we noticed that COVID-19 has had more families food insecure. Prior to COVID-19, there were 1.1 million visits to food banks and 5.6 million meals served on average each month. But since the pandemic hit, the number of households within food insecurity grew by 39%. That means now it's almost 1 in 7 people. COVID also has impacted the operations of food banks, obviously, because of the increased demand, and food banks in Toronto have reduced their operations due to closing of public spaces, lack of volunteers, difficulty in adjusting to COVID safety protocols, and more importantly, the philanthropic side of loss of donations. And when we look at the Muslim effect, because our paper focuses on the Muslim household, and how many Muslim families are food insecure in Toronto, in fact, religious identity is not recorded during food bank access. And even Canadian census records on the religion only after every 10 years. However, a sizable number of minority Muslims living in Canada belong to the racialized and marginalized communities, which we alluded to in the previous slide. And then we looked at the Muslim integration and social determinants of health. Food insecurity negatively affects the physical, mental, and social health of affected individuals and families. It is also linked to how Muslim minorities perceive membership, reconstruct their identity, and integrate successfully in their country. So this was research done by Sue in 2012. Role of Muslim philanthropy and Muslim charities. There are a few food banks operating in Toronto run by Muslims, while mosques and grassroots groups run also their own activities to support local Muslim families who are food insecure. So it's unclear how Muslims recognize the issue of food insecurity amidst their communities and sustain food assistance services through their philanthropy. That's why we set out to do this research. Dr. Anjit?
Yeah, and that was the starting point of the conversation, because as we've heard from various speakers today, that there is a rationale from within Islamic traditions around food there. The fact that food is defined as one of the minimum rights of the humankind. There are many narratives on community and individual responsibility. I think, Ishad, if you can click the next one, that looks at the narrations from the hadith around community, individual responsibility. And we've been reminded, and again this morning we were reminded of the feeding of the poor as a means of expiation. And so we've been reminded this morning, next slide, that we have at least 5 aspects of food security, of tackling food security in terms of expiation of sins. And we also, once again reminded within the Quran of the ethical imperative of food security. Next slide. Where in particular from Surah 441, where the Quran sort of signifies the food and natural resources that are provided by the Creator are sufficient to meet the needs of all humans and should be made equally accessible. And this concept of accessibility whilst maintaining a balance is something that I think we have been thinking about, that has been really at the core of what we've been thinking about. Why is there a problem between the demand in obviously food because of COVID, and why there's a problem in terms of supply, when actually we have what are some pillars within Islamic philanthropy around providing and donating to food. If we go back to the historical narrative, and I'm thankful for Dr. Jennifer Olmsted's presentation, where she actually alluded to the fact that there's not much written around some of the historical narratives, but we know, for example, during the times of the Ottomans, there was the Ottoman public kitchen that was constructed, particularly from the 14th to the 19th century, which reveals a nexus of patronage, charity, and hospitality. We know in many parts of Palestine there are these guest houses, or something called the taqiyats, that offer food to poor individuals and poor families free of charge 3 times a day. During Ramadan in particular, there's a huge need. We know in Sarajevo, and this is a picture of the Ghazi Husrev Beg's Imaret, or the bakery that was there, that was established as a waqf as a soup kitchen for the poor, where anyone could come and eat and not be challenged in terms of who they were. And then, of course, we heard this morning, and I think we'll hear later on in the next presentation, around the Egyptian food bank. So all of this really, for us, posed the question as to, we have traditions already there. We have what we have called the 5 pillars of sustainable food security within an Islamic teaching, an Islamic tradition, where whether it's the provision of iftar, whether it's the udhiyah or the aqiqah or the fidya or the kafara, all of these provide opportunities for us to rethink a sustainable way of contributing towards tackling food insecurity at the micro level. We're not talking about sort of macro level, but at the micro level with communities, with organizations. And so the question is, or should be, and coming from practitioners' perspective, why aren't we utilizing this in a better way? Why aren't we really understanding what to do? And so our premise was that if we really to understand the 5 pillars of sustainable food security, could we tackle some of these things? But then the question is, why is there a disconnect?
So yes, so to bridge the gap between the theory and the practical, the issues we see in Toronto, we looked at 3 research questions. How do Muslim charities view the issue of food insecurity among local minority Muslims? And since the pandemic, have they seen an increase in demand among Muslims accessing food banks? Then we also looked at have they utilized the 5 pillars of sustainable food security, which Dr. Amjad alluded to earlier, in developing a framework to enhance their role in poverty alleviation among local Muslims. The third, we wanted to look at what are the ideological and operational challenges they face in implementing this 5P SFS, which we proposed as a solution to solve, contribute to the food insecurity, solving the problem of food insecurity among local Muslims. So here, for our research paper, we looked at the ground. We focused on the grounded theory, and since no previous study has been carried out on this subject, we also collected primary interview data involving interviews of about 15 stakeholders. I will go into that detail sooner. And then we looked at this from an interpretive and constructivist view and an action research paper. So these are the 15 organizations and the representatives we interviewed, semi-structured interviews, 6 distinct stakeholder groups we created out of these interviews, and 5 different cities. Although out of Toronto, there are some organizations are based in out of Toronto, they had operations in Toronto. And we also selected some mainstream food banks. These are non-Muslim run food banks since they serve the Muslim clients. Based on the questionnaires we grouped them into 3 different themes. One is looking at the demand, is there food insecurity among Toronto Muslims? How many Muslims are accessing food banks? Is there an effect on your program delivery because of COVID? And have you seen a service demand increase in service demand because of COVID? And then we looked at the supply. Supply is where local philanthropic support for food banks, and what are the ideological operational barriers they are facing. So third, we also asked the proposal of a solution, asked that how are you utilizing this 5P SFS? To go into the interviews, what I have done is that each interview lasted about from 20 minutes to 2 hours. So we have only given some select quotes to elucidate the main idea and general themes. The boxes in the bottom row shows comments that are either divergent, opposing the general consensus above, or creative solutions which we found during our interviews. For the questions around Muslims accessing food banks and the level of poverty among them, all our interviews agreed it to be the case. They also have seen a spike in client numbers since the pandemic hit, somewhere from 50 to 150% increase. One of them, however, who serves in a food bank, had to disagree on the notions of Muslims being insecure in Canada, food insecure in Canada. He said that Muslims are not food insecure because they don't have bad habits like gambling, drug addiction, dining out on early pregnancy that are seen among other communities. Muslims, according to him, due to their faith and cultural upbringing, do not engage in such activities and hence immune to food insecurities. So when we asked that why Muslims are accessing food banks, he interestingly said that they are not eligible, but they like the opportunity to have a variety of food or dishes due to emotional connection to food and social pleasure. And he also mentioned that non-eligible Muslim families accessing food banks, because of that, those numbers get reported to government, and that's how we see Muslims and Muslim numbers are inflated as poor in Toronto. And majority of the respondents, including those who administer mainstream food banks, said Muslims do not come due to stigma associated with poverty, and the food received are not cultural food. Although everyone agreed that COVID affected their program delivered in daily operations. Nevertheless, everybody has adapted new way of delivering, including home delivery services. To avoid the stigma associated with receiving support from food bank, some grassroots groups discreetly serve Muslim communities in their neighborhood by going into their home and delivering food without knowing who is, without having any names of any records of who they are serving. One of them shared an interesting story. One of the volunteers who they are working with, one day he was missing. He said that I have a court date. I had to go to the courts. And the leader of this the grassroots group said, okay, fine, you come tomorrow for the delivery. So he thought maybe he has some kind of traffic related offense for which he had to go to the court appearance. But later on they found out the volunteer has received eviction notice for not paying the rent for 4 months. So despite he having such a huge need, he never asked food from that grassroots groups. That shows the stigma associated among Muslims about accessing food banks. And moving into the second topic, second theme about supply, in this section of questions, it was clear food banks do not receive philanthropic support from the Muslims. One, they don't see it as a burning issue compared to their lived experience of seeing poverty at a more extreme and graphic level in countries where they migrated from. Second, as a result, international relief organizations operating in Canada, they benefit from their Muslim donations to maximize the impact or stretch the dollars. Dr. Amjad will speak about this incorrect notion in his analysis. As a result of lack of support, we heard Muslim food banks being closed down or engaging in a losing operation. As for ideological barriers, we observed some of our interviewers believe non-Muslims should not be supported by Islamic philanthropy. Some limited to zakah, while others included sadaqah too. All the while, mainstream food banks and charities were eager to receive Muslim philanthropic dollars to serve their Muslim clients with culturally and religiously appropriate food items, including halal meat. Not being able to meet the demands of Muslim donors was brought up by one organization. According to him, he said that they are facing issues related to Arab versus Pakistani food and hand versus machine slaughtered meat, etc. And we also saw food banks, interestingly, moving away from this. We are talking in detail in our paper, moving away from dependency to self-reliance model. One such organization have a program called Aspire. They aims to make their clients self-sufficient, dignified members of Canadian society. So in addition to the immediate food, serving food, they also assign them to a caseworker who will support them with employment support, parenting support, and mental health support, special needs support, etc., etc. Interestingly, that interviewee said that despite giving all these programs, still they don't get the local philanthropy support. Recently, they want to rent a big warehouse to expand the operation after COVID. They only needed $14,000. That $14,000, even after running a crowd campaign for 3 months, they could not raise the entire amount. Whereas millions of dollars were given by same Muslim community to same causes outside the country. And we also looked at the final theme is about the solution, which we asked them about the 5 pillars of sustainable food security: iftar, fidya, kafara, udhiyah, and aqiqah. And we couldn't see a wide range of responses from local organizations with regard to knowledge and implementation. For the mainstream organizations who are run by non-Muslim, it was the first time they hear about such beautiful food security concepts in Islam. One of the church leaders who is running a food bank, she spent about more than 15-20 minutes talking with me about these 5 concepts. They only receive udhiyah during Eid festival by some mosques. And Muslim organizations, on the other hand, were eager to implement it after hearing from us. One of them said that we are going to put it in our website right away. And only the international charities were utilizing all 5 pillars in the form of money collected to send overseas. And we also spoke finally about the sustainability. Everybody said that this is sustainable, but the Muslim organization said that not really, unless you have the af'imut ta'am, that means daily sadaqah and zakat has to be combined so that it will make year-round sustainable. Because these 5 pillars are luxury and seasonal. That's what they had to say. And capacity building was another element we asked the interviewees. The needs from cultural competency to marketing materials to capital requirements such as storage were mentioned. And the question also highlighted the fact Muslims in general do not want to donate to pay for the staff or for the renting of the facilities unless it is a place of worship. Dr. Amjad?
Thank you. And I realize that we're running slightly of time. So I think Imam Yashad has sort of covered the challenges in some detail, but there are some challenges there that we have notified, particularly around local impact versus global impact, and the role of international relief organizations versus local philanthropy. But just to finish off, maybe Imam Yashad, if we can just go to the observations. One of the things that we've noticed and that we hope that will spark some of the conversations today and moving forward is around this weak understanding of the spirit, scope, impact of Islamic philanthropy. How do we utilize that to address the sustainability needs of food banks? And this lack of initiative from the Muslim community to help mainstream food bank organizations, the lack of understanding of the potential for the 5 pillars for sustainable food security as a year-round sustainable giving. This lack of understanding between sort of what we're collecting for and the utilization in there. And I think Mishad mentioned the cost of the mosque, but if we look at it, that an iftar contribution for during Ramadan of $12,000 from a mosque could have gone to helping that food bank secure a place. And so I mean that kind of cost benefit analysis we're not really understanding. There is also, of course, a gendered nature of food insecurity, which we haven't really gone into, but we will go into in the paper, which is around the role of women and how women are doubly stigmatized in this process of accessing food banks. And just maybe to finish off, because I know we're running out of time, the next steps for us, really some of the thinking that we have is, and some of the things to move on beyond this paper, but also to spark a conversation here is around, how do we didn't interview individual Muslim donors around this. So the question would be, how do individual donors or people on the giving side regard this? I think there needs to be more case studies around local international charities. And I think this is where some of the colleagues around the webinar today would be great to talk to. How do we really understand this operational perspective of the 5 pillars? And what are some of the things that we can do? Maybe CILE can kind of convene these working groups to bring together some of these different thoughts as it's doing today. But really, from our perspective, it was really to just understand that from a very practical perspective on the ground, there is a need. We think that there's a supply that we can address, but there's a disconnect that somehow we need to be able to bridge that. We're going to leave it there. Thank you so much. And I realize we're slightly short of time, but hopefully that will be open up for further discussions.
Yes, you're very fortunate in that sense, because our final speaker, there's been some mix-up, and he thought that he was presenting tomorrow, and so I've been trying to get him to make it, but it was just impossible to make it at this last minute for 4 o'clock. So I will just have to try to fit him in sometime tomorrow, which means that we have plenty of time for further discussion now, questions and comments for the two paper givers, and there's plenty of time. So
can I add something?
Yes.
So first of all, this is very interesting, very, very interesting, especially these 5 pillars. As a Muslim, yes. One really, you put it all together, because all of us, we knew these terms, udya, fidya, kafara, but the way you structured it, the 5 pillars, I think it is more, palatable now. Even for the, like you mentioned, Muslim organizations, it was a unique concept for them as well. But my second question is, like you mentioned, stigma. Is it that the social background in your survey, did you find out what was the social background of these? Were these workers, migrant workers, or were these with extended family with children, or perhaps they were coming from some upper or middle class families back in their home countries? This is why they were having it a stigma, getting access to these food camps. And considering the stigma, if this is their social background, even if these organizations, they try to support them, how will this stigma go away? Because if they are considering it a stigma right now, they will, their social status will prevent them from seeking help. So how do you think that the stigma issue can be resolved?
Great. No, thank you. I'll answer, and then maybe Imam Irshad can also follow up. I think that there's a mixture of things. One is definitely there's there are different social statuses that are there in terms of communities accessing it. So I think one is definitely that type of peer engagement. And so what we found, even if you look at in Bradford in the UK, where people have been accessing it, there's a stigma in terms of certain families coming or women accessing it. And then in fact one of the things that Imam Irshad in his interviews came across was the fact that the woman was accessing it but didn't want her husband to know that they were accessing it, right? So you have to sort of you have to sort of go around that. I think that there's a number of different factors there that we haven't fully looked at, but I think that's part of the process of understanding where the stigmatization comes. The other thing, of course, is that to almost realize, and we saw this and we've seen this in other places where the concept of accessing food banks is not seen to be from the Muslim community, right? And you heard what was an extreme version of something that Imam Irshad said, that this person said that Muslims, they don't gamble, they don't waste their food, so why should they be accessing food, right? But I think that there's that perception that it's a problem out there and not with us. And so if we admit it's with us, then we admit that there's a problem within the community. I think that there's a number of different things there that we need to unpack. And part of it, I think, as well, is that precisely going back to, I think, particularly COVID has opened up a door for Muslim food banks, but previously where they were largely food banks that were run by other communities, that stigma of accessing help from another community was not sort of seeking it from your own. I think that's also part of that challenge, right? But I think this also goes back to the educational perspective as well, and the role of mosques and imams, and to also how do we kind of have this holistic approach to this. Imam Irshad, I don't know whether you want to.
I'll quickly touch upon the second question you asked about is the stigma is going to go away? It's not, but in a previous study, when I was talking to some of these people who are receiving food bank support, Muslims, these people these are migrants, skilled migrants coming from other countries. They lived a very good life and they had good professions. And when they come here, when they see themselves as needing to get food, access to food for public food banks, definitely there is a stigma associated with that. And then for people who I spoke to in the past for another study, they said that yes, I'm getting this one as a temporary measure. As soon as I'm able to get back on my feet, find a job, I'm going to give back. So that in a way comfort them, okay, I'm getting now, I'm going to give much more than I'm getting from these organizations, because there are more needy people out there. So that is also one of the things we need to realize, is that even refugees, because it's interesting, in the interview, they found that international students, they were affected a lot during COVID-19 because they could not receive money. So mosques were especially supporting international students. And then seniors, regardless of how much they receive social welfare, still there's a lot of need among them. And the single mothers, as well as refugees and ex-prisoners who come out of the prison system. So they all have a lot of need for the food banks.
It was basically a mix of all social backgrounds, not just the migrant workers.
Right? No. Yeah, true.
Dr. Dalal has a burning comment to make. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Irshad and Amjad. This is a very insightful presentation, and I'm glad to learn about the experience in Toronto of also Muslim minorities. I actually have 3 comments and also like questions just to have your feedback on. Number one, and you did cover that, which I noticed from the beginning of the presentation, is the issue of sustainability. Effectively, which is a very good point. In order to, how can you basically deal with the 5 pillars, because these are seasonal, as you mentioned, like the iftar, the aqiqah, etc. But if you want to scale up this framework throughout the year, then perhaps maybe you could consider another pillar, which is the sadaqah in general, which is throughout the year. And also, as you mentioned, the cash solution itself, because some of them could be in nature, the donations when it comes to iftar, etc. That could also be an option. I think in the Islamic financial industry, we're looking at cash waqf, for example, as one of the alternatives, and that could be, for example, invested, and therefore you have a sustainable solution throughout the year for the support, mechanisms for the community. Another question is, I saw that you focused mainly on food banks. And I know that, how about the Islamic organizations? Because a lot of these pillars that you mentioned usually are facilitated through the Islamic organizations. In the West, usually mosques have extended also roles, and usually sometimes they host all the aqiqahs, the iftars, they also redistribute all the sadaqah, etc. So I was curious to know whether you also looked at the initiatives by the other Islamic organizations. And the last comment is, I'm not sure if you've also had you could elaborate on that, is which aspects of food security do you think are relevant in the context of Toronto? Because I think the earlier presentation spoke about affordability, availability, stability, access, etc. Which ones do you think apply to, or are more relevant in the context of Toronto? Thank you.
Great. No, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Dalal. Extremely important questions. I mean, the concept of sustainability, I think, is very interesting, and this comes from myself having worked in some of these big Islamic organizations, and sort of asking the fact that, I mean, technically, I came with this question that, look, we have technically, whilst we think we have it's a seasonal, but it actually also can be quite yearly as well, right? Because aqiqahs and kafaras, all of those things, throughout the year, the Muslim communities are having kids. They're doing aqiqah, right? So there is a sustainable way of doing that. There's a sustainable way of sadaqah. We also have during Ramadan, we have that money that is there. But the question for me is, why aren't we utilizing this in a better way, right? Why aren't we asking these questions around cash waqf? Or why aren't we asking these questions around, should we be giving in kind, or should we be giving in cash, right? All of these vital questions that are needed. When we talk about feeding, like Imam Irshad was saying that, a mosque collected every day, it has collected $400 for iftar programs to feed people coming to the mosque for iftar. The mosque was closed because of COVID. That was $12,000 that could have been given to support the running of a food bank. But it wasn't given, or that relationship wasn't made. So I think the question for us is that, why aren't we thinking more about these things? Why aren't we looking at these operational matters? And this goes some way to answering the question that was raised from Dr. Jennifer's listening around why, for example, the likes of the UN, UNHCR, and all of those are beginning to access this, because there's actually a whole process of thinking that has started to act thinking about the source of money from Islamic philanthropy. That the need is so much, but the supply is such that we can meet the demand, but we're not utilizing it properly. So I think that there's a question there around around that. When it comes to the second bit around mosques and looking at the Islamic organizations, I think precisely for that reason that we wanted, at least part of what we were looking at is that the mosques and organizations are doing it, but if these systems are already in place with food banks, why isn't there a link to this process? And if there is, how do we strengthen it? And what we found is that there is no link, right? That the mosques anyway are collecting, they're not giving to these processes. They're not even giving themselves in some cases. They're sort of there's a disconnect there. So I think that part of what we wanted to do was just to sort of see why is there a disconnect, how we can start to address that. Imam Irshad, maybe I can also.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Dalal, for your question. In fact, and we also interviewed one mosque who were part of our 15 interviewees. They mentioned that they don't have the capacity, they don't have the storage facility to get, aqiqah and the qurban, anything. What they do is they take a small barrel, keep it in a store. People, when they give the qurbani, they give a small portion there, then they will automatically give it to a charity. This is how a lot of non-Muslim charities receive halal meat. during Eid festival. That's the only thing they do throughout the year. Whereas Aqiqah, since they don't have the storage facility, they ask people to cook the food and bring it to the mosque when it's needed. So it's only a one-time giving. So there's no sustainability element because it's not focused on getting this fund throughout the year and a focused way of getting this one. And whereas if you look at the other side, where the non-profit organizations, food bank, they already have the capacity to handle this kind of donations, but unfortunately, there's no collaboration between these two. This is what we understood from our interviews. I forgot about your third question. It was an interesting question, was it?
Yeah, it was which aspects of food security do you think are relevant in the context of Toronto?
It is access, because Canada is the 6th largest agricultural country, and our agricultural products are enough to feed everybody, but it's the affordability. Affordability and the access are affordability is the main issue, because from an economic perspective, and people don't have enough money to pay for food. This is the biggest issue we Canada as a country we are facing.
Thank you very much. This is very insightful. I think I was comparing to France. That's why I mentioned the Aqiqahs, because in a lot of big mosques in France, actually, all of these events are hosted sometimes by mosques, and that's why it can facilitate, in a way, in some sense, the predictability. So you know what you're expecting, etc., and it's good for planning also, like the food security initiatives. But that's very insightful. Thank you for that.
I remember last 2 years ago, I was fundraising for an international charity. I approached about 25 masjids where I fundraised, and masjids are usually get funding for zakat and sadaqah. They never touch the kafara, no, and fidya on the day off for people. Fidya, no, only the zakatul fitr. Zakatul fitr is collected at the masjid. Zakatul mal and sadaqah. Whereas in Toronto, I haven't seen kafara being collected and the fidya being collected, aqiqah being collected, no.
Okay, I've got a brief question for Jennifer, if it's possible. I wanted to just raise the issue that you were talking about food subsidies, and where I mean, Dalal can help me here. In Qatar, for example, the government will direct the private sector companies to reduce prices during Ramadan, for example. So the government can intervene not in subsidies, but rather directing prices in a country like this with an authoritarian state. Of course, it's very possible to do that. And so did you look at that issue along with the subsidies?
So I'm just trying to think about the different case studies related to the countries that I've looked at. There's definitely a history of many countries trying to put what we call price ceilings. In economics, if you put a price ceiling, and so yes, that is certainly. And what's interesting about the difference between a price subsidy and a ceiling is the ceiling puts the burden on the corporate sector, right, and makes them basically pay, and then a subsidy puts the burden on the taxpayer. So yes, the Arab countries have done a combination of, in some instances, a price ceiling. The problem with that is the sustainability of that, because if you're looking at world markets for food and you're trying to put the price of food below the world market price, right? I mean, what happened with a lot of the Arab countries is that the world price of food shot up so much, and then they had to somehow, you can't expect corporations to run at a loss. And so I think those are some interesting questions to ask. What's the world price of food? How much markup is there? And yes, it's interesting that a country that the Gulf states that actually have deeper pockets, so they could actually subsidize it directly, but they also have more coercive power to tell corporations, you have to absorb this loss, we're not going to. So
yes, exactly. We want them to tell corporations to do a lot more than that, but that's another story.
Yeah. No, and I actually had a question for some of the current speakers, if it's okay. First of all, the quotations that you all have are so rich. I feel it's going to take you a long time to unpack all the nuance in there, because you have some places where you have contradictions, and then you have some things where people are confirming. I also think it's super interesting to think about where are some of these issues very specific to the Muslim community and where are they universal? Like this idea of individuals not wanting to donate to overhead. This is universal, right? If you look at the nonprofit sector in general, they're always trying to tell everybody, oh, look how low our overhead is. Well, if you squeeze your overhead, that means you're actually screwing over your paid workers because you're paying them very low wages. So there's a, you know, I find it really interesting that in the nonprofit discourse, there's no focus on the well-being of the workers of the nonprofit. And all of the focus is on how low can we make our overhead so that we can use that money to directly go to help beneficiaries. So you see that same discourse happening in the Muslim community. They want to give food to the poor, but they don't want to pay for the infrastructure. I find that a very interesting thing. Around the issue of, I mean, also this sort of tension between what is the role of the state, right? And you have some of your quotes saying it's the government that should do this. So it would be interesting to hear more about how the Canadian system is. I mean, I'm sure that the Canadian system has some kind of direct benefits that they send to poor families, but then they also use food banks to supplement that. And thinking about that intersection, like how does that work effectively? Why are Muslim communities not accessing the state resources, or are they? Those are some questions that came up in my head. And then one other comment that I had around stigma, there's some very interesting work in Gaza that looks at gendered stigma. And for example, that it's mostly women who were going to the United Nations to ask for the benefits because the men were just, they had too much pride. Aitamad Muhanna is somebody that you might want to look at if you haven't seen her work. She looks at stigma in the context of gendered stigma around food security in the context of Gaza. Aitamad Muhanna. So there may be some parallels around gender norms and stigma that you can take across country contexts.
Great. No, thank you so much. And I think just building on the gender norms, it's also what we found in another study that was done in Bradford, for example, where they found that the highest number of cases of malnutrition was amongst women, because what would happen is that women would not only access the food banks, but they would sacrifice their own consumption of food for the husband and then the children, and so you have this double problem that is coming up there, and I think that's part of the challenge. I mean, I'll leave Imam Irshad to talk around the Canadian system, but I think this aspect of running the overhead costs of a charity, I think, is something that we're all struggling with, and I mean, and particularly within the Muslim community, where there is this stigma or there is this perception that charity means you do it voluntarily there's no cost involved. And so you will have a number of Muslim charities going, we have 0% administration on our zakat. And having worked in that, I keep on saying, how is that possible, right? Because even just to move, there will be a transaction cost from a bank. How is that possible? So I think that it goes back to this understanding of philanthropy and understanding how we utilize it, which is where I think now the UN and the international community is actually getting better at understanding the nuances. So, for example, I was in a meeting with the World Food Program, where the World Food Program said, well, actually, 12% of zakat can be used for the collective zakat, right? So isn't that your administration cost and your overhead? And then you start to think, well, actually, yes, there's a point there that we can talk about. And just one thing that I wanted to raise based on your presentation, Dr. Jennifer, was you mentioned about sanctions and food insecurity. I think sanctions, as well as on charitable contributions coming out of Muslim countries and through Muslim organizations, is also a parallel, which means that a lot more of the international organizations can also access now those funds, because people they feel much more safer giving it to, say, the UN, because they think then they're not going to become under scrutiny than giving it to, say, another Islamic organization, because that might come under scrutiny from the US. So, but Imam Irshad, maybe you can talk on the Canadian case.
Just to touch upon that. In fact, in our previous studies, I have realized that first generation still have that trust factor connected to the mosque. So because of that, they want to give the mosque. Whereas the second generation are questioning that. They want accountability. They want transparency. They want to see that what is the stewardship we receive. One of my other studies done was on the stewardship practices in Muslim community, Muslim mosques. So to answer your questions about the overhead, I totally agree, because now in Canada, we have the non-profit, mainstream organizations are not talking about overhead at all, because it has been beaten up. Nobody's going to talk about that. But whereas the Muslim charities, international charities coming to the scene are talking about 100% giving policy, 100% zakat. And they forget that Amilin Alayha is part of the zakat group, right? And with regard to Canadian Muslims versus people who are not Muslims accessing food bank, there's not much of a difference. The reason is Canadian social welfare system has been cut back a lot in the past, during the past regime. Because of that, people, whatever they are getting is not enough. Even for an example, if a senior is getting social welfare from $1,100, the rent prices have gone up. The individual dwelling will cost about $900. So how can they survive in $200 per month? So this is a lot of advocacy work going and doing with a lot of interfaith actors are working on that area to increase this social welfare system to benefit many people who are actually needing that. Thank you so much for your comment on the stigma. We will refer that when we write the paper.
And just on that, I think the experience from the UK as well is that many of the people come in as migrants in particular are not necessarily aware that they can access social services. I mean, often a lot of them are, because of language issues or whatever, they actually don't realize. And this is another problem that we found. I mean, even with COVID, the fact that the number of the higher percentage of minorities that got COVID was also because, you know, there's a disconnect between language. They're not aware of what the state or the local authorities are pushing out there. In that sense, and again, there's a role that can be played by mosques and to kind of bridge that gap.
Thank you very much. There is also an issue of Muslim charities being undermined very specifically and prevented from operating. I think that Dr. Abdul Fattah, who is going to be presenting and maybe talking about that tomorrow, but that's an issue where the labeling of Muslim charities and undermining their credibility for terrorism, they're funding terrorism and so on and so forth. That has prevented Muslim charities from perhaps even undermining initiatives because of the fear of those kinds of activities occurring. Did you come across this as well?
That's interesting. You mentioned about that. Sorry, Doctor.
Go ahead.
Mentioned about that. Recently, three organizations were banned by CRA, Canadian Revenue Agency, not because of where they funded, but rather which speakers they invited for their events. So these speakers had previously spoken about against homosexuality, against something, and again, or supporting Palestine. Because of that association, they banned three organizations. One of them is Irfan Kanda, who was primarily supporting the Palestinians in Gaza, a lot of humanitarian efforts. And alhamdulillah, very recently, NCCM, National Canadian Council of Muslims, as well as the Institute of Islamic Studies at the University of Toronto, just 2 weeks ago, they published a report called critiquing CRAs. They went after CRA, this body, and they're saying that you are Islamophobic. You have arrived at the conclusion by targeting a minority community. And there's a website called Underlayered Suspicion. They have put all their findings. Now they are going to create an Islamophobia lab at the University of Toronto to study further and then to empower all these religious or charitable organizations. When I was in one of the meetings, all these larger international charitable organizations were ready to fund that Islamophobia lab because they are the ones who are benefiting from this report.
Yeah, I think just to add, I think that that is definitely one of the challenges that is there in terms of this fear of being sanctioned or where you work or who you work for, who you associate with. I think the other thing that we've found actually, particularly in the US, for example, is that a number of these organizations, like there's also a lack of knowledge around what Islamic philanthropic law is, and versus what the sort of country's taxation rules are, and things like that. So what you find, particularly in the US, is the number of Muslim charities. Of course, they were shut down, or they were under scrutiny because of the suspicions of who they were associating with. But where they were shut down was because they weren't able to kind of show that they had done their taxes properly, because there's a disconnect. And again, what we're finding is that there is a lack of understanding between sort of the tax regulators or the charity commissions in these countries and how Islamic charity understands. So there's a literacy problem as well, right? And so what you have is a number of also sort of lawyers and organizations trying to tell people that we need to actually bridge this gap of understanding of how Islamic charitable exists, and how do you kind of look at zakat and sadaqah and all of these things. Because if you go to the taxman in Canada or the US or UK, he doesn't really understand why there's zakat and how have you not claimed this, or why aren't you claiming for this? Why are you not paying for this? I think that there's a whole bunch of work there as well that can also explain some of these challenges.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you guys for this wonderful conversation going back and forth. I'm really enjoying it. Well, my question for Jennifer, since she's studying and working on state and non-state actors and interaction, I wonder if you come across a state-run charity institution, apart from the case of Palestine. It's very interesting to see the states are running certain, charity organizations. Like in the case of Egypt, for example, you have the food bank. We have Al-Azhar based charity bank account. So have you looked into these types of state-run charity institutions and the factors playing it, and all the question of credibility and trust between the community and these institutions?
Actually, I was going to mention Egypt as you were talking. I was thinking, well, the best example of this is probably Egypt, and you probably know more about that than I do. But absolutely, I mean, we have what are called gongos, right? That are government. The government gives you the permission. I think Jordan's another example. Jordan has ostensibly independent NGOs, but they're really run by the state. I think what's interesting about Egypt is you have this sort of more government-sanctioned NGOs, and then of course you have NGOs that are trying to operate, pushing the envelope a little bit and do something a little bit different. In a place like Jordan, again, you have the government-sponsored ones, you have a lot of international NGOs. So it's, you really have to look, I think, country by country, and I was trying to give really a very sort of meta lens to this question. But absolutely, and even if you look at a country like the United States, you have, you can think about direct sanctioning, but also providing funding. So in the United States, a lot of funding goes through the government takes tax money, and then they give it to a nonprofit, and they say, you run the food bank, we're going to give you state money. So yes, this is a model that's followed in a lot of countries, and you really have to parse it down to how much space is there for NGOs, right? Egypt, for example, it's very hard. The application process to become an NGO is fairly difficult, and the government regularly turns down NGO applications, but at the same time, they have those NGOs that they sponsor. But in terms of your question about the specific of how they operate food banks, I haven't looked into that level of micro analysis, but I do think it's an interesting question, and it gets back to, I think, the presentation on Canada. Where is it, obviously a Muslim NGO is going to have a better understanding of the needs of the Muslim community than the state of Canada, which doesn't understand halal foods and things like that. So yes, there should be a role for NGOs, but you also need, like that balance between what the state does and what the NGO sector is a really interesting question that requires further interrogation. And then when you have a government like Egypt that's a little heavy-handed, it's a somewhat different story. But we also have good examples. you know, for example, the West shutting down very effective NGOs. I really appreciate the comments from our other two speakers that that's a big problem. I mean, in the United States, the big problem is that actually, if you're undocumented, you don't have access to services anymore. So it's even worse, draconian situation. So you now have a bunch of NGOs that focus on providing services to undocumented because they don't have any legitimate right to get claims from the government. So it's so much state by state, I would say, in terms of what the legal framework is, if that makes sense.
Good. Did you want to, any further comments?
No, I think just to build up on what Jennifer was saying. I think, yeah, I think this idea of where does the role of the state end and where does the role of NGOs come, particularly in the West. I think that's a very important question, right? And I think part of what we were sort of saying is where there's also this the disbursement of funds is transferred outside of the country in which it's collected, because people see the more of the need out there than where we are, or the fact that the government should be stepping in. I think particularly with COVID, we've now seen that gap has been increased, and so there is a question about how we address that and how do we really reclaim that role of the NGO to support into a company where there's a gap that's been left by the government. And the other aspect of it as well is that the concept of what poverty looks like in Canada or the US versus poverty in India or Bangladesh. I think that's very important. I mean, we're often struck by the fact that people who are accessing food banks in the US, for example, have they're in the queues with their big 4-wheel drives, right? But they're accessing food banks. But where someone in Bangladesh would be looking at it differently. But I think it's that aspect of understanding that where we are at the moment, the level of poverty is such that the need and the accessibility is there. So I think we need much more nuanced understandings of that, and I think this is where much more work needs to be done in that perspective.
Did you really mean that 4-wheel drives actually?
Sorry?
Did you really mean to say that the poor are driving 4-wheel drives in the US to the food banks?
Well, I mean,
kind of a stereotypical thing that you were.
Well, no, in fact, one of the, sorry, Dr. Amjad, one of the interviewees in our group, he mentioned that during COVID-19, they started to home deliver. And it's the first time he goes into luxury homes, which is, in his words, much bigger and much fancier than my own home, where I'm taking $100 food packages to deliver to this home. When I go there, I can see 2 or 3 cars. So that's why he has the notion that there's no food insecurity among Muslims. So he started to see.
Interesting, yeah. Any further questions or comments? Not just for this session, but generally we are about to finish up for the day. So feel free. Dr. Marwan, did you want to say something?
Well, it was a very informative, day. I think I learned a lot,
Yes,
sometimes you think yourself, as an expert, but it's really, you can see that other people know a lot and you can benefit from the discussion.
That's exactly why we have such a seminar.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comment. Yes. Okay. Well, if there are no further comments or questions or discussion, I'm very happy to give you all an early minute to finish the day. Thank you so much. I have really enjoyed today extremely much, and very pleased. I'm really certain that we're going to have a publication out of this. It was really extremely informative and excellent presentations, and I thank you. So tomorrow we will be beginning a little bit later, I think. We're beginning tomorrow at 11 a.m. Doha time. And there will be an extra paper that I'm going to have to find a spot for in addition to those who are scheduled. So it's scheduled to finish at 3:30 in the afternoon tomorrow, Doha time, but it may go on for another half an hour or so. But at the end of tomorrow, for the final discussion, I'm very happy to give as much time as we need for further discussion. And also, if you can think about publication and the deadlines for your full papers, any comments and suggestions for that will be most welcome. And let's leave those to the final session and discussion at the end of the session tomorrow. Okay, so thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
Have a good evening.
Amakum. Shukran.
Bye-bye.